This is a production of SDPB.
Touchdown! This is for a state championship. Oh, direct kick, and it's good!
There's going to be some highlights coming off of this.
The short-range jumper.
Edging out in lane 4, the top seed.
This South Dakota High School State Championship event is conducted under the direction of the South Dakota High School Activities Association.
It all comes down to this. Championship Saturday night at the boys basketball tournament. We're at Class AA here in Rapid City inside the Monument Ice Arena has been our site for the last few days, and we're down to the final 2 games. Along with JJ Hartigan, I'm Steve Toom. Great to have you here. Getting you ready for our 3rd place matchup. Let's take a look at what has transpired already earlier today. 2 competitive games, JJ.
Yeah, definitely. T-Area got a chance to pick up a victory in the 7th place game, 63-51. Watertown, they battled Brandon Valley really from start to finish in that game. Got a 4-point win in the consolation title game. Those were 2 great games in the opening round of action here today. Tonight, we'll have even better basketball coming up for you. These 2 teams, Harrisburg, Roosevelt, they've seen each other a couple times this year. They know what's at stake in this 3rd place game, and then a chance for an unbeaten season on the line tonight for Sioux Falls Lincoln as they take on the Huron Tigers. That'll be our title game coming up at 6:45.
Let's look at how these teams advanced throughout the last few days. You see Lincoln posting area wins over T-Area, and then Harrisburg last night, and then Roosevelt, Brandon Valley, hard-fought game, and then Huron pulling away from O'Gorman. And it was Huron using free throws to beat Roosevelt last night, and that's how we get to this championship game here tonight. Let's talk about the teams playing for 3rd and 4th place. The Roosevelt Rough Riders, their head coach is Mitch Begeman, and they've had a really, really good campaign. They did hit a little bit of rough waters there, JJ, late in the year.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a tough stretch there, but rebounded nicely, had won 4 straight before last night's loss. Had a big win to get to the state tournament after that victory over Rapid City Central. It was a really complete game, both offensively and defensively. Saw a similar effort against Brandon Valley in the first round, a 58-47 victory, but just couldn't get the offense jump-started in the second half there against Huron. Their scores too much for them in a very low-scoring physical game last night, but still a chance for this 3rd place finish here today.
Let's meet the starting lineups brought to you by First Dakota. It's Justin Bilal, a 6'5 senior. Capital Schmaus, a point guard, 5'9 and a senior. Deacon Benz starts at a forward tonight. He's a 6'4 senior. Memphis Bylander, a 6'5 senior. He's heading off to Dakota Wesleyan to play basketball. And then Bryson Skogsberg, he is a 6'4 junior. A lot of size on that lineup for Roosevelt. A lot of speed as well. Their opponents tonight are the Harrisburg Tigers, and Scott Langrock is their head coach. Team that scores 62 points a game. They give up 52.5 on defense. And again, they've had a really, really good campaign as well. You see regular season wins over Huron, Brandon Valley, and Watertown late. They beat a feisty Yankton team 69-59 in the Sodak 16. A hard-fought win over Watertown in the first day. They fell last night to Lincoln, battled them all the way through, JJ.
Yeah, this is a team that had won 5 straight before last night's game, and actually they had won 12 of their last 14 before their loss last night. Still 12-3 over their last 15 games. This is a team that is playing great basketball here at the late stages of the season. They did have a tough loss against Roosevelt back on January 20th. That was a 72-62 final, so we'll see if we have something similar today. But Roosevelt did get the best of Harrisburg in their last meeting on the 20th. We'll see what they have in store for us in this one. And here's a look at their starting lineup.
Brought to you by First Dakota. Bennett Jensen, a junior guard. Miles Knorr, a 6'1 junior guard. Cole Koiker, he's a senior at 5'10. Creighton Gibbons, 6'5" and a senior, and Stellan Larson heading off to Dakota State to play basketball. Starts at the power forward, 6'3" and a senior. Quick final thoughts, JJ.
This is going to be a good battle today. You're going to see these seniors go out and put it all on the line. Will be really interesting to see what kind of body language Roosevelt has here early on today. They had to exhaust so much energy in that game last night against Huron, getting back on the court now for a third straight day. How are they after a really physical battle? We'll find out here in a couple minutes.
Let's turn it over to Joe Van Gore, our public address announcer.
Good evening, basketball fans. This is championship night of the 2026 South Dakota State AA Boys Basketball Tournament. First up is the third place game, featuring the Sioux Falls Roosevelt Rough Riders with a record of 18-5 against the Harrisburg Tigers with a record of 17-6. The South Dakota High School Activities Association, along with its corporate partners Sanford Health, Dakota Bank, Farmers Union Insurance, Billion Automotive, and the South Dakota Army National Guard, welcome you to this final session of the South Dakota State AA Boys High School Basketball Tournament. This tournament is being conducted under the guidance and regulation of the South Dakota High School Activities Association for the enjoyment and benefit of high school students. Good sportsmanship is essential for the success of these programs. We hope you'll enjoy tonight's game and support your athletes in a positive and sportsmanlike manner. Basketball fans, please stand if you're able as we honor America and those who protect our freedom at both home and abroad, and as we celebrate our nation's 250th birthday this July with the singing of our national anthem. Tonight's national anthem will be sung by Caroline Haugo of Rapid City Central High School under the direction of Emily McGruther. We would remind all in attendance that the proper respect is to face the flag, remove your cap or hat, and stand at attention with your right hand over your heart. Veterans and active duty military not in uniform may also salute the flag. Basketball fans, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Whoa, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Caroline Haugo from Rapid City Central High School. Thank you, Caroline. Fans, March is National Athletic Trainers Appreciation Month. We would like to recognize the athletic trainers for each team who work tirelessly to keep their student athletes healthy and safe. From Sioux Falls Roosevelt, Elena Nisus and Scott Roggenbuck, and from Harrisburg, Kyle Webersick, and also we'd like to recognize corporate partner Sanford Health. This year, in partnership with the South Dakota High School Activities Association, the participating schools of the Boys State AA Tournament, and the officials of the tournament, we are proud to introduce the Junior Official Program. We appreciate the willingness of our officials to take part in this initiative and mentor younger individuals who have an interest in officiating. This program provides a great opportunity for youth to gain exposure to the officiating profession while learning from experienced officials in a state tournament environment. We are proud to welcome our junior officials for this game. From Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, please welcome Kobe Scouten and Hadley Fensroy. And from Harrisburg, Simon Knorr. And now, fans, your officials as assigned by the South Dakota High School Activities Association. The referee is Steve Scapel. Umpire number 1 is Jake Studer, and umpire number 2, Shane Gottlieb. Dwayne McPherson is the alternate at the table. These officials have been assigned and licensed by the South Dakota High School Activities Association to officiate this game. Please respect their decisions as they officiate this game. The head coach for the Sioux Falls Roosevelt Rough Riders is Mitch Begeman. And the head coach of the Harrisburg Tigers is Scott Langerock.
If I ever lose, then I swung too many. I don't pick and choose, now I'm always ready. I'm bleeding proud over my shirt if they ever get me. Walking tall like MJ 96, they can't forget me. Cause I'm in the war, yeah, I'm in the war. See in my eyes, I'm in the war. I cannot die, I'm in the war. The greatest alive, but down on the wall.
And now, fans, let's meet the starting lineups in alternating fashion. First of all, at a forward for Sioux Falls Roosevelt, a 6'5" senior, number 0, Justin Bailal. At a guard, a 5'9" senior, number 1, Capitals Mouse. For Harrisburg, at a guard, a 5'10" junior, number 1, Bennett Jensen. And at a guard for the Tigers, a 6'1" junior, number 3, Miles Knorr. At a forward for Sioux Falls Roosevelt, a 6'4" senior, number 3, Deacon Benz. At a guard for Harrisburg, a 5'10" senior, number 4, Cole Quaker. At a forward for Sioux Falls Roosevelt, a 6'5" senior, number 10, Memphis Bylander. At a forward for Harrisburg, a 6'5" senior, number 11, Creighton Gibbon. And at forward for the Rough Riders, a 6'4" junior, number 23, Bryson Scotsburg. And at a forward for the Tigers, a 6'3" senior, number 21, Stellan Larson. The starting lineups have been brought to you by Channel Seed.
And we are ready for basketball here on Saturday night in Rapid City at the Ice Arena inside the Monument. Third place matchup is first. Roosevelt will wear the road uniforms, dark with the gold letters and numbers, the home whites for Harrisburg. see who has enough energy after the hard-fought games both of these teams played last night. Obviously disappointed that they're not in the championship game, but there's still a lot to play for here in this third-place matchup. It is Bilal, Gibbon in the center circle. Bylander controls for Roosevelt. Man-to-man for the Tigers right away. Bilal guarded by Larson, the three. Yes!
Boy, he had a good game yesterday. He struggled a little bit from the field at times in that contest, but played 22 minutes out there, had 3 big rebounds and over the course of the game. They're really liking the fact that he got a good jump start to his night here with his first 3 of the day.
Here's a 3 on the way. It is no good. Rebound, Larson muscles it up and in.
Such a physical presence inside for this Harrisburg team, standing at 6'3". Coaching staff says a lot of times he'll play a lot bigger than that, having to guard bigger opponents out on the floor, but just dictates so much on both ends, offensively and defensively for these Tigers.
Bylander misses. He was challenged nicely by the Harrisburg defense. Tigers run the offense. Jensen, pull up J, no. Rebound to Schmaus. He's looking to drive on Jensen. Can't make anything happen, but here's a 3 on the way. It's no good by Deacon Benz. Here's a 3 on the way. Good! Cole Quaker.
Quaker, his numbers on the season. 44% three-point shooter yesterday against Lincoln. He was 3 of 6 from downtown. He was in double figures with 11 points.
Skogsberg steps through, scores. He was held to just 5 points yesterday. He averages over 13.5, almost 14 points a game. But Huron shut him down last night. Or I should say, the Lincoln Patriots shut him down last night. Larson had it, lost it, throws it outside. Here's the drive, the shot will fall. Miles Knorr. Nice soft touch there. Shot on the way, no good. Rebound Jensen. Tigers want to run. Now they'll slow it down. Knorr was in a bit of foul trouble last night.
Yeah, he only had 6 points. He's a guy who scored 13 points in back-to-back games prior to that.
Shot was blocked. Bylander on the move. Drives, and it won't fall. Now putback won't. Schmaus is going to be fouled on the floor.
2, 3, 4 opportunities there with the offensive rebounds. Roosevelt trying to get the lid off right now. Starting the day 2 of 7 from the field at 29%. 50% from three-point land so far.
Carson Hoynes checking in for Roosevelt, number 5. That foul, by the way, on Jensen for the Tigers, his first. Got David Doe into the game, number 22. Also Connor Clark, number 30. For Harrisburg, Bilal, another tray.
That's a good look for this Roosevelt team when he's hitting his threes. They are playing at a high level. He had 35 makes during the regular season from distance, a 37% three-point shooter from beyond the arc during regular season play.
Yeah, Bilal averages over 10 points a game, and that is good. That is a 3. Creighton Gibbon.
David Doe at the steal there, almost got the bucket on the putback. For Roosevelt, they're lucky that one didn't go in.
Bilal, yes!
All right, the senior came to play today. This guy's come out lighting it up here early on in this first quarter.
Out top. It's Quaker with the ball, picked up by Bylander. 3 on the way, it's off the mark. Long rebound, Clark picks it up. Fresh shot clock for the Tigers. Coming up on the 4-minute mark, and that's a pass right into the Roosevelt bench. Timeout on the court with 4:02 left. Early on, it's Rough Riders 11, Tigers 10. Back in a moment on SDPB.
As much as you have accomplished, there are times you'd rather not go it alone. While you determine what direction you go, we're here to help along the way. So go. Go with community. Go with neighbors. Go with understanding. Go with support.
Welcome back to the Ice Arena here in Rapid City. Along with JJ Hardigan, I'm Steve Toomey. You get a look there at some of the cheering sections in the stands here. As Roosevelt has the ball out of the timeout, and Schmaus drives, no shot, foul on the floor. That's going to be on Bennett Jensen. That is his second.
Roosevelt out to this 1-point lead right now, thanks in large part to their three-point shooting, as a near steal, and now a foul is called.
Yep, that was Jensen getting the steal. CJ Schmaus with the foul for Roosevelt, his first, team's first.
Yeah, Roosevelt with that 1-point lead right now, thanks in large part to what Bilal's been doing from distance. He started his day perfect, 3 for 3 from beyond the arc. Over the first 2 games of this tournament, though, Steve, he was 2 for 9 from three-point land. Now they're going to call another one. This is going to be a technical on CJ Schmaus.
Wow, and yet another technical foul. We've seen several over the last few days. And Coach Mitch Begeman at half court wants an explanation. We'll talk to his young man here, and it'll be Creighton Gibbon to shoot the technical free throws. Well, on the year, he's 84%. Young man has a high GPA. And Coach Langrock said the young man aspires to be a dentist. And will probably be heading to a school for pre-med and the usual required courses for that line of work. And for Harrisburg, Owen Siliuson will throw it in. He is number 12. And Hudson Hillman with the ball, number 32, just off the bench for the Tigers. Painter in there for Roosevelt, number 21. Shot up, no good, but there's going to be some free throws coming up.
This is David Doe, the 6'1" junior, who'll be going to the free throw line. Only a 52% free throw shooter during the regular season. Really the first guy that comes off that bench every night, though, for this Harrisburg Tigers team. He's such a valuable asset. Again, one of those guys who could be a 6th player of the year type candidate if that award existed in high school basketball, but just does so many unrecognizable things at times that maybe don't translate into big stats throughout the course of the game, but the hustle plays. Misses the free throw here. He jumped over the line a little early, but coaches love to have guys like him that just have pure athleticism, that can go out there and hustle, and if needed can start on any given night. But coming off the bench, spelling guys from a time or two is definitely a good player to have on your side.
Also, DeAndre Painter in. He averages over 12 points a game. Shot up, no good. Tipped out of bounds. And yeah, in this game, we got the matchup of probably the two best 6th men in the AA ranks, with Doe for Harrisburg and DeAndre Painter for Roosevelt.
Yeah, no doubt.
We have Joey Vortherms in the game for Roosevelt. He wears number 2. And now we're going to see some full court pressure here. Ooh, near steal. Gibbon brings it up court. And number 50 into the game. Or check it out, number 30, that's Clark. Doe in the corner. Clark up top. Swings it around, no shot Gibbon. Now here's Larson working against Painter. And into the paint, and that shot is blocked on the attempt by Siliuson. Out of bounds to Roosevelt.
And Coach Mitch Begeman is really going to be happy with that defensive effort that time for the Roosevelt Rough Riders. They're down by 2, needed a stop. closed out on some passing lanes, didn't make anything easy inside. He turned those type of efforts defensively into good opportunities offensively, and that can turn into some big runs to get you back in the game.
All right, here is Bilal, head of the lane. Bylander drives, puts it up, no. Rebound fought for, and Roosevelt keeps it. Long three on the way, no good by Hoymes. Rebound to Doe, he's on the move. Goes cross court, three on the way, no good on the attempt by Quaker. Painter picks up the ball and he'll head up court. Oh, lost the handle, but got it back just before it went out of bounds. And it's taken away by David Doe. Here's Gibbet on the drive. Doe launches three, short of the mark. Rebound, Vortherms. He'll bring it up court in a hurry. Lobs it, nope, he traveled.
A little less than 2 minutes remaining now in this first quarter of action. Some trends starting to show up here. A little scoring drought at the moment for Roosevelt. They haven't scored any points in 2.5 minutes. No field goals over the last 2:45 for Harrisburg. Rough Riders have had some turnovers here over the last 3 minutes, 4 of them to be exact. Both teams starting to get a little more energy in their legs, but it has definitely been a slow start here today on the offensive side. Numbers right now, both teams shooting 33%, 4 of 12 from the field for both squads, and now another foul down low.
Yeah, entry pass into Larson. Skogsberg with the foul, his first. 4th team foul. Hudson King checking into the contest. He'll give Gibbon a rest. King, a junior at 5'10". Didn't play in the first game, did play last night. Ooh, pass is tipped, and somehow it was picked up by the Tigers. Painter fighting hard for it. It rolled out of bounds. It's off of DeAndre Painter. Great hustle there.
Yeah, just great effort for both teams. Tigers are going to get the ball back, but Painter really put himself on the line there to try to get it for his squad. Got kind of in a compromised spot there for a moment with his shoulder caught under one of the Tigers players, but was able to get away with that without any real injuries or issues, and he'll play on.
Coming up, 1:20 left to go here in quarter number 1. Pass into the paint, stolen away. Painter has the ball. See what he can do here. A little jump step, left-hand shot, good. Painter at 14 points, 5 rebounds last night.
Yeah, that's his first points of the contest here today. He's played just about 3 minutes off the bench for Roosevelt in this opening quarter.
Pass to the outside, 3 on the way, no good by Quaker. Bylander, lost the handle, but manages to collect himself. Coach Begeman calling out the play. Painter now directing traffic. Got a lot of time, still over 15 on the shot clock. Skogsberg a 3, it's gonna be short of the mark, and Larson collects that rebound. Shot clock off, it went off the back foot of Knorr. He wasn't expecting it, and now with 24.5 seconds left, Roosevelt has the opportunity for the final shot of the period.
Well, that's just bad timing there. Larson saw the pass up ahead right as Knorr turned his head to run down the floor. Unfortunate turnover there for the Tigers.
Vortherms will operate at the point. 10 seconds, they put it in motion. Bilal way outside, that's an NBA range 3, no. Tip to the outside, Vortherms, good, it's a 3. And that's how we'll end the first period of play. Another buzzer beater here at the AA. Roosevelt on top, 16-13. Back with more in a moment right here on SDPB.
Bank West is rooted in South Dakota. Committed to local success. Just like you. We're all connected. In South Dakota, for South Dakota. Convenient, connected, committed. Bank West.
Reading opens every door to learning, opportunity, and understanding. The South Dakota Department of Education is strengthening literacy outcomes for students across our state, helping educators connect classroom instruction to the science of how children learn to read and write. Through professional support and shared resources, schools are building strong foundation in literacy for every learner. South Dakota Department of Education, learning, leadership, service.
Get a look at some of the fans here inside the ice arena. Rapid City inside the monument. Along with JJ Hardigan, I'm Steve Toom. Great to have you with us. Saturday night in Rapid City as Bennett Jensen back into the game, collects that pass. Setting the high screen was Larson. Larson posting up, he's calling for it, but we can't get it to him. Very physical defense being played here in the half court, man-to-man for Roosevelt. Shovel pass underneath, the nice finish, Miles Knorr, he's got 4.
Well, and Creighton Gibbon, just a terrific pass there, finding the open opportunity down low. That took a long time to develop, but they found the shot they wanted.
Tigers within a point. Skogsberg got free along the baseline and his shot block foul. JJ, let's look at some of those first quarter numbers.
Yeah, the numbers pretty even right now as this play continues in the second quarter. 38% for Roosevelt in this game, 6 of 16 from the field so far. Harrisburg 5 of 14, also right around 35%. The difference right now, three-point shooting. Roosevelt 4 of 9 from distance today at 44%, whereas the Tigers at 2 of 7 from three-point land, just 29%. Harrisburg, they got to the line 3 times in that opening quarter, and they were perfect there. Roosevelt, this is their first trip to the stripe today.
First free throw up and in. And the second one is good. A little bit of pressure here, broken by the Tigers.
One of the big differences right now is the ball security. Harrisburg has been taking great care of the ball. 3 turnovers so far today. Roosevelt 5 turnovers. They're going to need to protect it a little bit more. They're trying to get a stop right now, and there they do. Force the turnover and a chance at some transition points.
Counted in the foul. Memphis, Bylander, his first points of the contest.
Well, that's what he does best, right? This Roosevelt team loves to get out and run. He's such a free-flowing player. When he can get in transition like that, create off the dribble, use his improvisation skills to finish, it's a totally different ball game. And he's got a chance here to extend this lead now for Roosevelt, make it perhaps a 6-point lead, a 2-possession game. Does so many things well for this Roosevelt squad.
Yeah, he averages 11 points per game and a couple of rebounds. Had 14 on opening day, 10 last night. And there's a steal. Bilal up and in.
Boy, and it's almost like they're listening to us, right? We say they need to start forcing the issue, force some turnovers. They do just that on back-to-back possessions. Now Harrisburg is forced to talk things over. They're going to burn a timeout with 6:35 left to go in this second quarter.
Don't forget, you can follow SDPB Sports on your mobile device all season long. Check us out on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Be sure to browse all our action and award photos by searching SDPB on Flickr. Tell us where you're watching us from and read some of our great stories and enjoy videos featuring the teams, the kids, and the coaches of South Dakota.
Big shout out to our staff behind the scenes, everybody at SDPB Sports who's been providing coverage the last 2 weeks of the basketball tournaments. A lot of hard work goes on behind the scenes here to bring you these events. 3 different channels, 2 sites for the boys, 3 different sites for the girls this year. And it is a challenge at times behind the scenes that people don't always know about, but they do a terrific job to bring you every moment, every highlight. And tip of the cap to all the hardworking people here at SDPB.
Back to action here. Comes the inbounds pass. Roosevelt keeping up the pressure. Gibbon in the backcourt. It's got 4 seconds to get across the timeline. Jensen slipped, and 10 seconds is the call. Tough defense by Roosevelt.
And that's 3 straight possessions now where they have really wreaked havoc on the defensive end, and now real opportunity to pull away. They could push this to a double-digit lead if things go well in this possession. It's a 7-0 run right now over the last minute. 3 turnovers for Harrisburg over the last minute 15.
You talked about ball security, JJ, and right now Roosevelt's forcing turnovers. Let's see if they can capitalize. Shot up, no good, and Larson with the rebound. Good contested defense there by the Tigers. They really put the pressure on that time on the shooter in the paint. Jensen with it now. Can't make anything happen over there. And there's Bylander with the anticipation, the steal, the crossover step, and the lefty finish. The lead is 10. Tapped away. And finally, that was Knorr getting it across the timeline. Pull up Jay, got it. That was a big bucket for Creighton Gibbon.
Yeah, he's got 7 points now, just his second make from the field, but he's been out there busy on both ends of the floor attacking the glass in this first half.
Wartherms had the shot there, just rattled out for him. 3 on the way, no. Tipped up once, but we're gonna have a foul on Roosevelt, I believe, on Joey Wartherms, who got boxed out.
Yeah, Bennett Jensen went up there and tried to rebound that with one hand and at the same time put it back in. Must have felt the pressure from the defense creeping in behind him because it was a very risky move doing it that quickly. The foul came in and he'll get to the line now for a pair.
On the year, 64%. First foul on Joey Wartherms. We'll have Schmaus back into the game along with Hoynes, Bilal, Wartherms go to the bench for Roosevelt. Knorr checks out, Doe in for the Tigers. Jensen got them both. Lead is now 6. See how if the Tigers shift up defensively. They'll stay in the man-to-man. To the corner, Painter, 3, no, long rebound. Koiker takes it away from Hoynes. Jensen slipped. Throws it back outside. Gibbon, the 3, yes!
That's 5 straight points for Gibbon. He's single-handedly brought Harrisburg back within 3, for a moment anyways. But the pace of this game for Roosevelt, when they can get out and run, it's just a totally different team.
Skogsberg with the bucket there, the lead back up to 5. Doe with it, picked up by Hoynes. Picks up his dribble. Larson, a 3, yes! Stellan Larson with 5. 4 minutes to go until halftime.
5 points, 4 rebounds in 11 minutes for Larson. His second make from the field in the half.
Hoynes at the free throw line, had it tapped away. Schmaus picks it up. Clock stock, the shot did not reset. Schmaus in trouble, into the paint, turnover. With it is Gibbon. Jensen tapping his chest to signal the play. Now he looks back at his coach. He's still got plenty of time to operate. Gibbon, bounce pass. Larson steps back through a double team. Muscles it up, too strong off the window. Schmaus, long pass, Bylander. He had to collect it. Takes it in, finger roll, count it, and the foul. Memphis Bylander with 7 in the quarter. Timeout on the court, 3:02 left here until halftime. 29-25, Roosevelt on top. Back in a moment on SDPB.
Powering the possibilities of tomorrow starts today. For our homes, our farms, our businesses. That's why our Touchstone Energy Cooperative continually plans for the future by utilizing and sourcing safe, reliable power for the next generation. So we can power possibilities long into the future. Touchstone Energy Cooperatives, powering possibilities.
And welcome back inside the ice arena. Along with J.J. Hardigan, Steve Toom here. Memphis Bylander will get a free throw. After the made shot, the foul on Creighton Gibbon, his first. Bylander, 1 of 1 tonight. And he got it. He has 8 points on the period. Oh, and Ciliuson didn't expect it, but he collected it. Lucky break there for the Tigers.
That's a couple times now in the half they've ran into that problem.
Gibbon on the move to Ciliuson. Knorr back into the game. Looking for the backdoor cut. Not there. Larson looking to drive. Puts it up, blocked by Hoynes. Got it back, shot, no good. Trying to muscle it up, blocked again. Stays with the Tigers, a 3, no. Into the hands of Hoynes, outlet, Painter. In transition, Skogsberg 3, yes.
Well, it all starts because of the defense there from Carson Hoynes. He blocked 3 straight shots underneath. A quick transition pass up into the court and a big bucket for Roosevelt. They've pushed this back to an 8-point lead now with 2 minutes to go.
Ciliuson wants to go over to the side, and there's a 3, no good by Larson. Here comes Bylander with the long rebound, and we lost the handle, scoops it up and in nonetheless. Talk about improvisation.
Yeah, he is so creative off the dribble. His ability to run the floor with those long, lengthy legs just does such incredible work with little room to work with at times when he gets into those tight quarters inside the paint, but finds ways to score big points for this Roosevelt team. He's already in double figures with 10.
All in the quarter. SDPB's coverage of high school sports and activities is made possible through the generous support of viewers like you. A contribution today helps support the broadcast of events such as the state basketball championships. Make a donation today by visiting sdpb.org/donate. 30-second timeout called by Harrisburg there. With a minute 46 left. Tigers need to regroup because they do not want to be down double digits here at the intermission.
Yeah, this is a big stretch here for the Tigers. Looking at the numbers right now, an 8-0 run over the last minute 15 for Roosevelt. They've hit their last 4 shots. Harrisburg's missed their last 5, and they've gone on a scoring drought here over the last 2:21. Still at 35% in the half. They need a bucket in the worst way.
Doe. Oh, he lost the handle, but was he fouled? Yes. I think he'll get some free throws here. Hoynes with the foul. That is his first. Misses that free throw, does David Doe. Had 10 points on opening night, 4 points last night. And that one's no good. And it's Roosevelt. Thought they had the rebound, but here comes Larson with the floater. Blocking foul. Skogsberg getting up off the deck. He'll have 2 fouls. That that gets DeAndre Painter quickly to the scorer's table for Roosevelt.
This will be Larson's first trip to the free throw line today. He's 2 of 8 from the field, 1 of 3 from three-point land. He's got 5.6 rebounds in 13 minutes in the first half.
Young man averages over 14 points and 9.5 rebounds a game. Stogberg heads to the bench in favor of Painter.
Yeah, again, Painter plays off the bench, but he's played 11 minutes in the first half.
Yeah, he practically plays starters minutes.
Look on the other side, Doe's only played 7, but both equally valuable as far as their minutes on the floor. Those role players, you just get a little extra effort out of those guys sometimes. They come off the bench, juiced up, revved up, ready to go. They've been watching their teammates hustle and run up and down the floor. They want to be out there competing, and they bring that next level energy with them.
Got to have that attitude like the microwave, Vinnie Johnson for the Pistons back in the day. Bilal, the long 3, yes! That is his 4th three-pointer on the day. And they're from long range, folks. He's not towing the line. He's a couple of steps back. And we're going to have a foul with 1:03 left on the drive by Noor.
This will be the 10th and 11th free throws of the half for Harrisburg. They've been making them 7 of 9 at the line so far as a team, 78%.
That one rattles off. No good. That foul on Painter, his first for Roosevelt. And the referees conferring. They said 5 and not 21. I think that's what the referee said. Now, I saw the referee signal 21 to the scorer's table. And Coach Begeman is asking for clarification. So they are going to change that foul from Painter to Hoynes, and that'll be his second. That one is good. So it's a 10-point lead with a minute to go for Roosevelt as they're on the attack. 3 on the way, no. Rebound, Larson up high for that one. Go calling for the ball. Here's a drive, pass to the outside. Open man is Noor, lays it up. Baseline was open, JJ.
Now if they can get a stop here quickly, get another bucket over there, they're going to have a chance to cut this to a 2-possession game. Need a good defensive possession, though.
And that's what the doctor ordered for Roosevelt as Carson Hoynes maneuvers along the baseline and draws the foul on Larson, his first.
Well, and you'll see the facial expression from Larson here right at the end of the play. He knows, yeah, that's not what I wanted to do there. He tried to keep his arms as upright as he could, but just a little too much contact near the hips. Gets the shooter to the free throw line here now with the shot clock turned off.
For a moment there, I thought Roosevelt may hold it back for one, but they had a great opportunity, and their execution on that play was top-notch. Found a man wide open along the baseline. They didn't get the free throw, but they're still up by 10. Clock ticking down here, quarter number 2. Harrisburg needs a bucket here. Still got 10 seconds. Gibbon open, floats it up, and he is fouled. In traffic, tough shot. And that's going to be a foul on Memphis Bylander, his first. So Harrisburg gets Creighton Gibbon to the line. That one does fall. He is at 11 points. .9 seconds left. That one's good. So Roosevelt's got time to advance it. For Therms. Gonna race up court, float it up. No. That was an air ball, and we're done with one half of basketball. Roosevelt up 40-32 on the Tigers. Back in a moment, right here on SDPB.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
You hear about work-life balance like it's a big equation you have to find the answer to. But I think it's much simpler than that. So simple it was right in front of us. Start with the life you want, and everything else will follow.
Halftime of our third place game here at the boys AA basketball tournament. Roosevelt ahead of Harrisburg 40-32. I'm Steve Toom. He's JJ Hardigan. JJ, your quick impressions of that first half.
Yeah, it was a really good first half. Roosevelt finished strong, though. 6 of their last 8 shots went in. They got the 3 going in a big way today. Bilal's had a great first half. He's been a leader out there, and I think they're in the driver's seat right now, but still a lot of fight left in these Tigers.
All right, well, we've had some fun talking to some of the students at the basketball tournaments, and we challenged them with some emoji trivia. Let's see what Jackson Thorson came up with.
Okay, we can do this.
By the emojis?
By emojis. Okay.
Okay.
Mitchell.
Mitchell, Corn Palace.
Yes.
Keystone. Duh.
Hey. Yes.
Let me cook. Okay.
Knife and fish. Spearfish?
Spearfish. Yes. Ah! She got that one. That was very nice. Trophy 1. Trophy first.
Champion.
Winner.
You're a winner.
Winner.
Yes.
Ah! Okay. Box Grandpa Plane.
Isn't it Box Elder?
Yes. Box Elder.
Rockin' cycle. Rock cycle. Can we?
No.
Should we phone a friend?
No. Yeah. Wait.
Aaron.
Let's see it.
Rock cycle.
Wait.
Bike cycle.
Rock and roll motorcycle.
What? Sturgis?
Sturgis.
Yes. Yes, Aaron.
All right. Did we phone a friend on that?
I don't know. Kind of. But it's fine. Okay.
Hot water.
Hot Springs.
Hot Springs.
Yes.
Grave tree.
Gravestone? No.
Pipestone. No.
No.
Okay.
That's Minnesota.
Minnesota. That's right. Gravestone. No. Why is it stone?
No.
Tree.
Grave tree.
Grave tree.
You guys got a hint?
We need to phone a friend.
Yeah, phone a friend.
Phone a friend. Do you know what this is?
It's in a South Dakota town.
Grave tree. That doesn't make sense either.
We'll pass.
Pass. X. We don't know that one. Dead.
Oh, duh.
Dead.
We can do that. It's Pill.
Brick.
Eagle Butte. No.
Wall.
Eagle Butte. Wall. Yes.
Wall drug. Wall drug. Thank you for our helpers here. We didn't phone a friend yet.
Hamlin.
Bell. Boosh. Bell Boosh. There we go. M. Money.
Place.
Mount
M
Rushmore.
Cash.
Nope, not that. Not that. M.
M Bank.
Milbank. Yes. Yes. That is Milbank right there. Last one.
Hill City. No,
Hill City. Hill
Hill
City.
City.
Hill City.
Ladies having fun with that one there, and thanks to Jackson Thorson for putting that package together here. We're at the AA basketball tournament halftime of this third place game. It's Roosevelt leading Harrisburg 40-32. Back in a moment right here on SDPB.
South Dakota, a state shaped by its people. It's more than a place, it's opportunity waiting to be realized. At South Dakota State University, opportunity is turned into progress. Through research, education, and a community that inspires, SDSU drives the future of this state. We're not just here, we're taking action with purpose, trust, and impact. This is SD State.
Are Peterson reps real-life seed heroes? Well, they've been known to go the extra mile. Literally thousands of extra miles every year. And when they're not driving gravel roads, they're out walking fields and sampling soil. When time is the enemy, they're there to save what's left of the day. Are all Peterson reps seed heroes? I guess that's a yes. Peterson. We're that kind of seed company.
For your little ones and your biggest joys. Or your forever friends. And your fur kids, too. For your better half. Or your all-time bestie. For the reasons you smile, there's coverage. With dental and vision insurance from Delta Dental of South Dakota and Delta Vision.
Nothing has embodied the American spirit like the family farmer. Year after year, they continue to work the land and plant their crops. Through droughts, floods, and uncertain markets, they keep that spirit alive with another crop harvested for the next generation. And for that, we tip our hats to them. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting those that protect America's food source.
Halftime continuing here at the Ice Arena inside the Monument, Rapid City. Along with J.J. Hardigan, I'm Steve Toom. Rough Riders lead the Tigers here at the break, 40-32. Let's check out some of the highlights from that first half. And I tell you what, Justin Bilal got off to a red-hot start for the Rough Riders.
Yeah, he was 3 of 4 from three-point land early, finished 4 of 7 in the first half from beyond the arc. He's got 14 points here at halftime. Bylander right there with him with 10. Those two have been able to get the offense going throughout the course of this game today, but a lot of Bilal in the first half there. He finished 5 of 9 overall from the field. Did have 1 turnover there, but got 3 rebounds in 12 minutes. Saw Painter diving inside the lane. He had a nice bucket. Roosevelt got some big offense early. Harrisburg came battling back. They had some big shots throughout the first half as well. Good ball movement, getting those inside looks. Again, once this team started running, flowing up and down the floor, this game kind of turned on itself and Roosevelt took control. Harrisburg got their threes going a little bit late as well. They took 4 into the halftime break. Roosevelt made 6 as a team. Harrisburg got to the line a lot, though, in that first half, Steve. They were 10 of 13 as a team at 77%. Looked really good throughout much of this first half, but Roosevelt, boy, they just put together a great second quarter. Outscored Harrisburg 24-19 in that second quarter alone to build some separation. As you see there, 50% in the first half from the field compared to Harrisburg's 38%. But this is a good battle right now in an 8-point game. If Harrisburg can get out and get a couple buckets early in this third quarter, it could be anybody's ball game the rest of the way.
4 blocks for Roosevelt. And I think they had 3 on that one possession where they really stymied Harrisburg right at the rim.
Yeah, and I think it was Carson Hoynes who had at least 2 of them, if not all 3 of those block shot opportunities there. So their defense kicked it into another gear in that second quarter, and it really ignited their offense for them as well.
Creighton Gibbon leading the Tigers with 12, 7 for Stellan Larson, also 7 for Miles Knorr, the top men for Harrisburg. Roosevelt Bilal with 14, 10 for Bylander, 9 for Skogsberg. Those are the main 3 weapons so far for Roosevelt as we are getting ready for the second half of action here. Championship game coming up later on tonight. That is Lincoln against Huron. We got a lot of business to take care of here, and these first few minutes will be really important for Harrisburg. They're down by 8. They need a few defensive stops. They need to make something happen on offense. Both teams were looking for the 3-pointers. Both of them attempted roughly the same number of shots. But it's Roosevelt doing a little bit better in that department. And they will start the period with the basketball. They're wearing the dark uniforms in case you're just joining us. Tigers of Harrisburg in the whites. C.J. Schmaus sat a lot of that first half, and he will guide the offense here. Gibbon guarding Bilal goes in, offensive foul. That is his second personal.
Well, Harrisburg, they can check one in the, I guess, first of many things to do on their to-do list right now, but got the stop defensively. Now they need to take care of the basketball, make sure they avoid those turnovers. They had 7 of them in the first half. If they can get a couple buckets, especially early, like you said, in the first 90 seconds or so of this third quarter, they're going to get that confidence level to grow, and they can start to see the downhill climb, make it a little bit easier for them the rest of the way.
Koiker takes it back outside. Still 10 on the shot clock. There's the open shooter, Gibbon, 3. No, Skogsberg up high for that rebound. Took it away from Larson.
That was a good shot attempt by Gibbon. He's 2 for 3 today from three-point land. I think they were comfortable with him taking that look. It just didn't fall for him.
Foul on Harrisburg. And that's going to be on Miles Knorr, his second. And Skogsberg with 9 points. He's a junior. He took that one almost coast to coast. Didn't get it to go in, but he will get a pair of free throws. Now he is in double digit, third Roosevelt player to do so. And that one rattles out. Larson clears it away. Pass down low. Jensen really didn't have anything there. Wisely pulled it back. 3 on the way, no, and the rebound lost. Larson got it back. Jensen back to Larson. Good unselfish play there by the Tigers.
And Memphis Bylander just kind of caught in no man's land that time. He's darned if he does, darned if he doesn't, depending on who he guards in that situation. He did his best, but just a good execution there for Harrisburg.
3 on the way by Benz. Deacon Benz his first points of the tournament. Koiker answers with a 3 of his own. Lead is 7 for Roosevelt as they are on the attack, and that one was partially blocked. Jensen saves it from going out of bounds. Pass up ahead, Koiker, 3 ball, bingo! And we got a whistle here. Some referees are going to confirm. We got a technical foul. Is that on Benz?
Yeah, Deacon Benz had hit the ground on the other end and was slow to get back up a moment ago. He felt that he got pushed and had some extra words to say after it. The officials did a great job to break it up right away, make sure that nothing got too heated between those two teams. But technical, I believe they're going to say it's double technicals. 1 for Deacon Benz and 1 on the other end for Bennett Jensen. Yeah, Bennett Jensen issued a technical foul. That's his 3rd of the day.
Yeah, because that does count as a personal foul if you get a technical. So interesting situation here, and that technical foul in the first half. They had technical fouls in every game yesterday. That just shows you how intense this tournament has been. So they offset, so no free throws for either team. Roosevelt will play it in with 6:02 left. It's a 4-point game. Bilal running the offense. Painter had it. It is off of the hand of a Tiger, out of bounds.
Well, keep in mind, even though these teams don't see each other a ton during the regular season, summer ball, open gyms, AAU basketball, they've been seeing each other probably since middle school. They know each other well. They see each other around town, and I would imagine that things get fairly heated competitive-wise from time to time, but got to keep that in check when you're here at the state tournament.
Painter hits the three, and he was fouled. And that's a foul on Larson, his second, and watch this one. He gets that ball high over his head when he shoots. Very difficult to block. And he makes it a 4-point play. And here comes David Doe in. And who will he replace? It'll be Miles Knorr.
Boy, for Harrisburg, they had a real opportunity there. They had cut it to a 2-possession game, but now big three there. The free throw makes it a 3-possession contest again, and they're right back essentially to where they started things here in the second half.
Yeah, they're down by 8. It was 8 at halftime. Gibbon, guarded by Schmaus. Will swing it around to Doe. He'll fire a 3. No. Rebound Larson. He gets the putback. He's at 11.
And he's now 1 rebound shy of a double-double today. 11 points, 9 rebounds in 17 minutes. That was a big offensive rebound.
And there's Skogsberg pulling it away from a Tiger player. And who's going to get the foul? It is going to be on Connor Clark, his first. Coins in, Skogsberg out. Schmaus will trigger. Fresh shot clock to work with, but they aren't going to use it as that one is missed, and there's another rebound for Larson. Up top here, Quaker to Clark. The drive shut down. 3-pointer on the way. No good. Long rebound to Hoynes. Painter wants to run. Puts it up short of the mark. Clark with the rebound. Foul on the play, and that's going to be on Roosevelt. And I believe that's going to be on Painter. We've got a timeout on the court with 4:40 left to go. Roosevelt up 48-42 in this third-place game on SDPB.
Creating a legacy means different things to everyone. For us, it's about family, watching my daughter follow in my footsteps, passing the farm onto her, and working side by side every day. It's about building something that lasts. Agtegra Cooperative has been by our side through it all, supporting us from one generation to the next. Agtegra Cooperative, legacy rich, future focused for generations to come.
On the next Dakota Life.
Greetings from Eureka.
Greetings from Eureka.
Greetings from Eureka, South Dakota.
It's a great small town. We love to help each other. We are always there for each other.
We like to have fun. We like to gather.
It just feels like home. It's just that comfortable. That's what sets us apart.
If you're ever in Eureka, stop and see us. We'd love to visit with you.
Tonight after basketball on SDPB.
Roosevelt hanging on to that lead. 48-42 here in the third period. 4:40 left. He's J.J. Hardigan. I'm Steve Toom. And it's Harrisburg ball out of the timeout. And they'll face some full court pressure. And Roosevelt went to this in the first half. It really changed the complexion of the game. Tigers able to handle it that time. Man to man. Still for Roosevelt. Bounce pass, Stellan steps back, in and out on the three. Good box out by Hoynes. Joey Vortherms getting a lot of minutes tonight. And he has played very well at the point guard position. Painter gets a step on the defender. And it's taken away by Larson. Ooh, dangerous pass. Bylander with the steal. Jams it down.
That's what he does best. 12 points on the day for Bylander. I would bet at least 8 of those points have come in transition off a steal or out in the open floor. First chance for him to really elevate and fly today, but that was an emphatic slam to push this back to an 8-point game.
Foul. It's going to be on Hoynes trying to guard Clark as the entry pass went into him for Hoynes. Foul number 3. Ciliuson in. Doe checks out for the Tigers. And that foul, well, they were going to shoot free throws, but now that is only the 4th team foul. Next one, and we'll have free throws, actually for both squads. Both teams 14 fouls. Player slipped. Ciliuson looking for a pass, and he gets it to Koiker. Cross court to Clark. And here's Gibbon, 3, yes.
That's his 3rd made 3 of the night. He's up to 15 points, the top scorer for both teams now here today.
Love that cross-court pass. Another one to find the open shooter. Bylander fakes the 3.
It's a 2-possession game again.
Until Painter hits that 3.
Anytime Harrisburg has got into a 2-possession game, there's been a 3 or a big bucket and a foul, and it's gone right back to an 8-point lead. They just have not been able to cut away at it here in this 3rd quarter.
Clark drives, throws it up wildly, tipped outside. Roosevelt on the run. They got 3 on 2. Bylander scoops it up, and no, foul on the floor. It will not count. Free throws will be forthcoming, free throws will be forthcoming, as that's Creighton Gibbon with the foul. That's his 2nd.
Yeah, 5th team foul on Harrisburg. That's why we're getting the free throws here. As Bylander gets to the line, you see his line today, 12 points, 2 for 2 at the stripe. Misses his first on this one.
Beyond the year 71%. We'll have Clark check out, Hillman in for the Tigers. Hoynes gets a break. Looks like Skogsberg came back in. Got there with Vortherms, Bylander, Painter, and Bilal, and that free throw good. The lead is 9, and the pressure continues to be applied by Roosevelt. Pass to the corner, a 3 on the way, and that is good by number 32, Hudson Hillman.
8 made 3 today for the Harrisburg Tigers. They are now outscoring Roosevelt in this second half.
Painter short on the 3. Gibbon collects the rebound.
He's been the biggest difference maker today. 15 points, 4 of 6 from the field, 3 of 5 from distance. He's hit all 4 of his free throws. Doing a lot of the little things on the other end too defensively.
You got an open look, but Bylander clears the rebound. He's on the move. He'll drive and lay it up. No, a little too strong, but that one, who's going to get credit for that one? That was tipped in. A couple players there.
Yeah, I think Joey Vortherms might have had his hand on it. Yeah, they will credit Vortherms with the bucket.
Yep, Vortherms with 5 points now, and there's a 3. Good by Koiker. He's got 9 points in the period.
That's his 4th made 3 of the day. He's the 3rd Tiger into double figures today for Harrisburg.
Pass to the corner, and here's Bylander. No on the 3. Larson clears the rebound. Bylander harassing him in the backcourt. to number 21 and number 10 heading off to play college ball, the NAIA level. Here's Koiker, 3, no. Rebound fought for. Skogberg pulls it away. And he'll drive and not get the shot. We've got a jump ball. Possession arrow Tigers. Good sportsmanship there. As a Roosevelt player helped up by Hillman and by Vortherms.
Jensen and Knorr will check back in for Harrisburg. Schmaus will check back in for Roosevelt.
And Bylander holding his right elbow.
Yeah, he'll go to the sidelines to get that looked at for a moment. Probably won't see him again until the fourth quarter. This is a big opportunity here for Harrisburg. They're getting the ball back in a 5-point game. We've seen this 3 different times in this quarter alone where they've cut it to 5. Now they have a chance to make it a 1-possession game here before they get into the fourth quarter.
Little pressure. They have to work to get it across the timeline. And we're going to have a foul. It's going to be on Bilal. He was chasing and kind of ran into some traffic. And that is his 3rd. And we are going to have free throws coming up for Cole Koiker. First time to the line for him tonight on the year, 56%.
He's been out there virtually the entire game. He's played 21 minutes so far today.
He is a senior, had 11 points yesterday, 3 in the opening round. He makes them both. 2-second difference between shot clock and game clock. See what Roosevelt wants to do. They had Ortherms open, shot up, no, tipped once. Skogsberg finishes. Now the shot clock is off, and the lead is 5. Knorr in the front court, picked up by Painter. We've got 10 seconds to operate with. Throws it to the corner. Koiker fade away. He was on the line. Out of bounds. I think the Tigers may have been a little too rushed. Yes, time was running down, but they still had about 5 seconds to work with. Just didn't make a good pass on the perimeter. Now the door's open for Roosevelt. Schmaus in the back court from half court. No! It was close. 58-53. Roosevelt on top after 3 periods of play. Back with the final stanza in a moment on SDPB.
Educators across South Dakota are coming together to elevate, educate, and empower. This June, the Department of Education hosts the South Dakota Literacy Conference in Mitchell, a gathering dedicated to advancing the science of reading and sharing new insights into how students learn, exploring research and real-world strategies for South Dakota educators to move literacy forward for all learners. South Dakota Department of Education, learning, leadership, service.
Protecting crops. Agronomy Plus in Mitchell, Rock Creek in Howard, and Valley Station in Armour provide agronomy services, fertilizer products, and crop analysis systems, including Agronomy 365. This system helps manage your field's performance, supporting small-town communities while hiring and training local youth. Agronomy Plus in Mitchell, Rock Creek in Howard, and Valley Station in Armour, serving area producers and their communities.
Welcome to the Ice Arena in Rapid City. It's the 3rd place game between Roosevelt and Harrisburg. And it is Roosevelt leading by 5.
Good 3rd quarter there for both teams. Harrisburg finally was able to start chipping away a little bit in this one. They shot 47% in the quarter. They held Roosevelt to just 35%. Rough Riders are still at 45% for the game, though. But Harrisburg's creeping up there in the game percentages. They're now up to 41% as a team here today.
8-point game at halftime. Tigers have cut into lead just a little bit. Gibbon spins, gives it to Quaker on the perimeter. Now Jensen launches a three, and it's good.
He's played 11 minutes today, got into some foul trouble, had just 2 points, all of that at the free throw line, but now the three, he's up to 5. More importantly, his team's back within 2.
Schmaus lobs it in, but it's stolen by Larson. Opportunity here for Harrisburg. We've seen a lot of leads disappear at this tournament over the course of the last 3 days. Jensen drives. The extra pass. Larson won't fire the three. He'll put it on the floor, and he will be fouled on his approach to the bucket. And Bilal has to exit the game, as that is his 4th foul. Bylander in, Hoynes in, Vortherm's out for the Rough Riders. Jensen triggers quickly to Clark. Bennett comes around a screen. Bennett Jensen hands it off to Larson, looking for a screen, steps back. Nothing there. Pass inside. Clark able to corral it. Works against Hoynes. Puts it up underneath. No good. Larson somehow got the rebound. A shot partially blocked out of bounds to the Tigers.
Larson a little frustrated under there right now. He thought he got fouled on that shot as it was sent out of bounds. Whistles don't come. They'll still have 11 seconds to get this shot away. It'll have to be a pretty quick setup here.
Larson missed the shot. Defender went to the deck. No call. Here's Painter on the move. And he just took it all the way. And he's got 11.
He's now the 4th Rough Rider into double figures today. That's his 4th make from the field.
Dangerous pass, but it pays off. Threading the needle and finishing was Quaker on a great entry pass.
He's got 16 points now on the day. He's taken over as his team's leading scorer and brought it back within 2. Might need to go back to number 4 a couple more times.
Skogsberg's three, no good. Painter with the good position, gets the long rebound, puts it up, no good. Whistle, foul. Who's it going to be on? That's going to be on Connor Clark, his 2nd. And Painter will get some free throws. Painter with 11 on the day. Free throw, good. Miles, Nora, Hudson, Hillman in. Quaker going to the bench, along with Clark. And he got them both. Lead back up to 4. Here comes that pressure. Gibbon with the ball. Picked up by Schmaus. Here comes the double team. Now we're going to have a foul. And it's going to be a defensive foul. C.J. Schmaus. That is his 3rd. 2nd team foul on Roosevelt. We'll head into Larson. Gibbon puts it up, no. Rebound, Painter clears it away. Gets around Jensen. Pass to Schmaus, he'll drive, up and in.
That's his first points tonight. He was 0 for 3 over the first 13 minutes. Finally got a big one to go there. That's a much needed bucket here for Roosevelt to make it a 2-possession game again.
3 on the way, it's gonna be short. Rebound Schmaus, had it tipped out of his hands. Larson got it, and the foul. Timeout on the the court, 4:47 left, 64-60. Roosevelt on top. Back in a moment. You're watching Class AA boys basketball on SDPB.
Since 1882, we've raised 5 generations of hardworking Americans on this land. Our great-great-grandfather believed in something simple: respect the land and it will provide. Anthem Oats, grown by us, shared with you.
Your Great Plains Case IH dealers know that hard work starts early, in the field and on the field or the court. Dedication, teamwork, pride, the values driving farmers also power South Dakota athletes. Growing crops or growing champions, it takes the same drive to succeed. Your local Great Plains Case IH dealers know the future is built by showing up day after day, ready to work, ready to win. Great Plains Case IH dealers, supporting schools, athletes, and the communities we grow.
.447 left to go in regulation here. Fourth quarter of the third place game here on SDPB. Along with JJ Hardigan, I'm Steve Toom. JJ, the momentum keeps shifting back and forth.
Yeah, there really hasn't been much separation in this game. That second quarter, Roosevelt got out to a nice run offensively, and they built up a big lead in the game, but it's been as back and forth as you could possibly imagine over these last 2 quarters of play. Throughout much of that third, it stuck at right about an 8-point game. It would swing down to a 5-point game and then right back to 8. Now a 2-possession game here, and with Harrisburg at the free throw line, they could cut this to perhaps just a 1-possession game, and they miss on the free throw opportunity. But still, these Tigers right there within arm's reach of getting back into this game, if not having the lead against Roosevelt.
Hoynes in the high post there at the free throw line. They'll send it to the corner. Skogsberg fell out of bounds, lost the handle. Gibbon takes it away. Jensen on the move. Hillman handled it momentarily. There's the open shooter. Good! Gibbon with the tray. He's got 18, and it's a 1-point game.
That's his 4th 3 of the night, his 5th make from the field overall.
Back door's open. Counted in the foul. Watch this pass here from Hoynes. Larson with the foul, his 3rd. Here comes Koiker in to replace Hillman in the Tiger lineup. Hoynes is going to get a break. Justin Bilal back in. Skogsberg will not make it. The rebound, Larson.
All right, under 4 minutes to go, a 3-point game. Chance to turn the tide here and get that momentum swing all the way back in the Tigers' favor. They've been battling, trailing, clawing their way back into this game. Now a chance to set this back even.
3 on the way. Good! Koiker! He's got 19.
He's been the biggest difference maker today. That's his 5th made 3. You mentioned 19 points. He leads his team in scoring over 25 minutes. He has been electric today in this 3rd place game.
Bilal's been on the bench a long time with foul trouble. Bylander drives in, up and under, and he scores. And a timeout called by Roosevelt on the court. Let's see what they want to do. It's a full timeout. We'll step away for a moment. You're watching SDPB.
Lake Area Technical College provides hands-on learning and practical experience in real-world environments. Prepare for a career right out of school from the moment you step on campus for an education that can really be put to work. Lake Area Tech is the start of something new.
It's not just about making a living. It's about upholding a way of life. We are connected to this land, committed to the future. Bank West.
I can't imagine being anything other than a nurse. I'm also much more than a nurse. And working at Avera lets me find balance between the career that called me and a life that fulfills me.
We got an exciting one here. 68-66. Roosevelt leads Harrisburg. 3:17 left here, or 3:13 left here in the fourth quarter. Along with J.J. Hardigan, I'm Steve Toom. And it's Tiger basketball out of the timeout. Pressure being applied. Knorr being defended by Bylander. Into the front court. He's on the move, takes it all the way, and he's fouled. He'll get free throws.
Bylander was running up the floor with him, basically hip to hip the entire way. Picks up his second personal foul. Nearly got himself in a good position there, but you can see the right hand right at the end got the back of the wrist. Memphis did about as good of a job 3/4 of the way down there to secure it. Just couldn't quite get the shot blocked the way he wanted.
He's got 8 points now, does Knorr. Averages just shy of 5 and 3 rebounds a game. At 13 on opening night, 4 yesterday. And the free throw is good. And we are tied with 3 minutes left to go in regulation.
Both teams have been hitting their stride offensively at the right time. They've each hit 3 of their last 3 shots. The rhythm, the flow right now, pretty much step for step, shot for shot, match for match. They have been just going at each other here over these last 2 quarters, and this has been a great basketball game.
Jensen to the corner, Larson, 3 ball, no. Rebound Bylander, pull it away from Knorr. 2-point edge, Roosevelt. Less than 2.5 to go. Knorr hits the deck, wondering where the foul is. He and Bylander got tied up. Knorr, a look of astonishment on his face, wondering where the whistle was. They're going to play on. Bilal drives, yes. His first points of the second half.
He retakes the lead as the leading scorer for Roosevelt today now with 16 points. He's got 6 made shots. That's just his second shot made from inside the 3-point arc.
Outside is Larson, the 3, no. Rebound Painter. Painter on the move. Roosevelt wants to run a 3 ball, yes! Just like that, it's up to 7 points. Timeout, Harrisburg. Watch us in transition. Stop, pop, goes in.
Yeah, you could just kind of look at the eyes of Painter that time as he surveyed the defense, realized he had about a body length between he and the defender, saw where the line was. There was no change in his pulse at all. He just said, all right, I'm going to take it. Knocked it in. That's one of the biggest shots of his career. Gives not only his team now a 3-possession lead, but it gives him 18 points on the day. He's now individually the leading scorer for Roosevelt today. Painter with 18 points, 6 made buckets from the field. 3 of those have been threes. He's added in 4 rebounds in 24 minutes, and it's a 7-0 run right now for Roosevelt. They've hit each of their last 6 shots here in the fourth quarter.
Don't forget, you can follow SDPB Sports on your mobile device all season long. Check us out on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Be sure to browse all our action and award photos by searching SDPB on Flickr. Tell us where you're watching from and read some of the great stories and enjoy the videos featuring the teams, the kids, and the coaches here in South Dakota. Big shout out to those watching maybe overseas. We know we got a lot of viewers from across the country. A lot of family members in other states watching, and a special big hello to the members serving in the armed forces around the world. We hope this little slice of home brightens your day wherever you may be. We know people's jobs sometimes takes them out of the country, so if you're enjoying basketball, no matter if it's here in South Dakota or anywhere around the world, we welcome you to our presentation of this AA boys tournament. Harrisburg with the ball, and we're gonna have a whistle, and Jensen was approaching the bucket and he was fouled.
Jensen arguing that he was in the act of shooting. That will be their 5th team foul, so no matter what, he's going to the free throw line, but looked like he was trying to pass that ball back.
Painter with the foul, his second rather. And a 64% free throw shooter at the line.
These are about as important a free throw as you'll see all season long for Harrisburg. This could make it a 5-point game with 90 seconds left to go. Any type of opportunity to stop the clock and get points on the board, they're going to take it here late in this contest.
Harrisburg only 2 team fouls, so if they try to go to the foul game, they got a couple fouls to give here, and we have less than 90 seconds to play. Bylander gets it across the timeline. See if Roosevelt wants to burn a little time off this clock. C.J. Schmaus appears to be in no hurry. Bilal guarded by Larson. Puts it on the floor, gets around him, reverse layup, no! Tipped out of bounds off of Roosevelt. It goes to the Tigers. They got some work to do, down by 5 points.
Minute 6 left to go in a 5-point game. If they can get a bucket here before it gets to about 45 seconds, they're going to be in a really good spot. Got it across the line now with a minute to go. They're kind of waiting to see what Roosevelt gives them.
Oh, Gibbon lost it, and it was picked up by Schmaus, but he got called for traveling. Couldn't quite collect it cleanly.
So it should be a shot clock reset because of the change in possession. They will put a fresh 35 back on for them, but now only 52 seconds left to go in regulation.
And the thing is, Roosevelt has to be careful defensively. They don't want to commit a foul because they're over the limit. But the Tigers have to operate with a sense of urgency here. Somebody hit the deck. That was Koiker, and now Larson's going to maneuver. Puts it up. No! Fighting for the rebound. He's fouled. 2 free throws coming up. Who collects the foul? It's going to be Painter, his 3rd. So the clock has stopped. 2 free throws coming up for Larson.
Look at this shot here right now. Everybody putting their hands on their hips, trying to collect themselves, gather their breath. This is the 3rd game in 3 days. You're in the final 40 seconds of the season, trying to find whatever little energy you've got left in the tank here tonight to try to will yourself to a 3rd place finish. These free throws are huge for Larson and for Harrisburg if they want to get back in this game. I think they might have some blood on the elbow of Koiker here, so he's going to have to go to the sidelines. They're also looking at his right knee at the moment. So they're going to give him a chance, along with the trainers, to get that cleaned up. There might be some on the court as well, so they're going to make sure that everything is clean, and then they'll get back to action.
Yep. So this is an official break here. Neither team, I believe, has charged a timeout.
Yep. As
the officials want to make sure the player's okay, that the court is clean. And then we will get back to the free throws.
And a great job again by the officials to administer that, make sure that everybody is safe and ready to play.
Larson. On the season, 65%. 2 of 3 tonight. $14 points for him in his final game.
Might be his biggest free throw of his career right here.
Got them both. 1 possession game. 40 seconds left. The pressure applied by the Tigers. Remember, they got 2 fouls to give. And here's a dangerous pass, and Gibbon with the steal. Shot clock is off. They'll go to the corner. Koiker, no shot there. Timeout, Harrisburg.
Yeah, coach wanted to talk things over. This is a good opportunity here for the Tigers to really gear up for the final 20 seconds. The shot clock off. They don't need to rush anything here, but want to make sure they get a good, clean shot. You could go for the 2 quickly, hope you get fouled, or get the quick shot on the inbound right away, and then play the foul game if you want to.
I don't think Harrisburg can, because they only got 2 team fouls, so they got 2 fouls to give. So really, this is, with the shot, it's got to be do or die for Harrisburg.
Here's the real challenge right now. Harrisburg, with all the energy that they've had to use to get back in this game, battling throughout the course of this second half, they've gone pretty much ice cold from the field over the last 3.5 minutes. No field goals during that stretch. They're trying to find a way to dig deep here late when it matters most. They've been getting to the free throw line. That's been a big part of their comeback story. They're shooting 82% there. So maybe take your chances inside the paint. If you can get a bucket and a foul, you've got an opportunity. The threes have been coming in the second half as well, though. They've made 8 threes in this second half. So don't discount their ability to shoot it from distance. But I think it'll be really dependent on what Roosevelt shows them here as they come out of the timeout before they inbound this basketball.
Now, if you're Roosevelt, do you foul them? Because even if they make the free throws, they're still down by 1, and Harrisburg's got 2 fouls to give. We'll see what Coach Begeman and his crew comes up with here, as it will be Knorr to trigger it in right in front of the Harrisburg bench.
Keep in mind, Roosevelt has 5 team fouls, so it would be free throws coming up for Harrisburg on any whistle on a foul play.
Gibbon the long 3, no! Rebound to the smallest player on the court, C.J. Schmaus. And he was fouled, I believe, with 10 seconds left. That is on Jensen, his 4th. That's only the 3rd team foul, and now Roosevelt wants to talk things over. With 10.7 seconds left.
And this is a good timeout for Roosevelt. They turned the ball over trying to bring it up last time. They don't want to commit the same situation here and give Harrisburg another opportunity to get the bucket. So they're going to talk it over on how they want to handle the inbound, how they handle the pressure. They can't just hold it in the backcourt, although they could, and get it down to 0.7 of a second, leaving Harrisburg really not enough time to really get a clean shot away.
And you think Harrisburg would foul before that?
You would certainly hope so, yeah. But there's really maybe 1 or 2 passes, get it into the front court, hope you can avoid the foul, but take whatever Harrisburg gives you. And like you said, you're thinking the Tigers are going to go ahead and foul right away.
Yeah, Harrisburg, they've got 1 foul to give, so for Roosevelt, how can you play keep away, keep that ball moving so they can't foul you? That's easier said than done with the speed on this Harrisburg team.
Well, these are the type of situations that you work on in practice before the season starts, how you want to handle late game situations. You go through these drills and you implant it in the players' minds throughout the course of the season. This is probably going to be a play that they've ran maybe once or twice all year, but have had in their back pocket on how they handle this.
Well, they kind of line up with that football formation where you got 4 guys right at the free throw line. You figure one guy's going to be running down court. Maybe a long pass. It is going to be Skogsberg. He is the trigger man for Roosevelt. Throws it in. Quick foul right away by the Tigers. 2 players were there. They're going to catch Koiker. Now, that's a good play on Harrisburg's part because that's only his 1st. Now the next one will send the Roosevelt Rough Riders to the line.
Should almost foul right away before the ball even gets inbounded. There you go. You get the foul. It takes a second off. Really, you lose 1.1 seconds. So that was about as quick as you could do it there. And it leaves the door open to if any free throws made here for Roosevelt does make it a 2-possession game.
And credit Roosevelt. They got the ball in cleanly. They never put it in a position to where Harrisburg could tap it away. They moved well on the inbounds play, and now C.J. Schmaus. First time to the line tonight. 2-possession game.
He'll get some high fives from his teammates with still 1 more to go. It's been a quiet night for him, although picking up some big rebounds, facilitating and getting his teammates involved.
Missed it. Larson the rebound. Roosevelt cannot afford to foul as they let Jensen go all the way. Oh, but Larson missed it, and it's tipped out of bounds. And this ball game is over, and Roosevelt has won 76-72. A hard-fought game once again for both squads, as nothing has come easy for pretty much anybody who's won a game here at this tournament. Roosevelt will claim third place.
Yeah, a hard-fought battle today. Harrisburg did everything they could to get back in this game, just ran out of gas down the stretch, missed their last 6 shots from the field, didn't make a shot in the final 3 minutes and 44 seconds, still had this in a one-possession game until that free throw went in for Schmaus at the end. That pushed it over the limit, made it a 2-possession game, and you get the 4-point finish.
Teams shaking hands here. We'll have the awards presented here in just a moment. And again, another exciting game here at the AA tournament. This one a 4-point margin of victory. And during the regular season, it was a 10-point margin of victory for Roosevelt over Harrisburg. But the teams, again, battled down to the final moment here, as we will have the awards presented in just a moment. As soon as everybody's lined up, then we will have Joe Van Gore do the honors of introducing the officials and handing out the medals. Let's send it over to Joe.
Good evening, basketball fans. At this time, we would like to present the team awards to the teams placing 3rd and 4th in Class AA. To present the awards, Dr. Jeff Danielson and Ryan Rollinger from the South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors. Assisting with the team awards presentation are representatives from the Activities Association's corporate partners. From Sanford Health, Dr. Chris Dietrich. From Dakota Bank, Zachariah Rout. From Farmers Union Insurance, Blaine Anderson. From the South Dakota Army National Guard, Sergeant First Class Lynn Waldy. And Tony Knorr from foundation donor First Premier Bank Card. The 4th place team in Class AA, the Harrisburg Tigers, with a record of 17-7. Please step forward as I call your name. First of all, the players. Number 1, Bennett Jensen. Number 3, Miles Knorr. Number 4, Cole Quaker. Number 5, Carson Rasmussen. Number 10, Hudson King. Number 11, Creighton Gibbon. Number 12, Owen Siliuson. Number 21, Stellan Larson. Number 22, David Doe. Number 23, Teek Torkelson. Number 24, John Nolan. Number 30, Connor Clark. Number 32, Hudson Hillman. And number 33, Charlie Bender. The athletic trainers for Harrisburg, Elena Nisus and Scott Roggenbuck. The assistant coaches, Andy Kleinjohn, Darren Dahl, Greg Hammerquist, Taro Fujimoto, and Dave Knorr. And accepting the 4th place plaque for Harrisburg, head coach Scott Langerock. Congratulations on your season, Harrisburg. Again, the Tigers finish 17-7. And now, the 3rd place team in Class AA, finishing with a record of 19-5, the Sioux Falls Roosevelt Rough Riders. please step forward as I call your name. Number 0, Justin Billall. Number 1, CJ Schmaus. Number 2, Joey Vortherms. Number 3, Deacon Benz. Number 5, Carson Hoynes. Number 10, Memphis Bylander. Number 12, Keaton Stelzer. Number 15, Elijah Schultz. Number 21, DeAndre Painter. Number 23, Bryson Skogsberg. And number 30, Nolan Goff. The managers, Brayson Fox, Briella Horseman, William Ristow, Aubrey Yesta, strength and conditioning coach Kurt Solberg, athletic trainers Scott Roggenbuck and Elisa Nisus, and now the assistant coaches, Trey Waltner, Zach Fensroy, Jordan Waltman, volunteer coach Drew Van Regemorter, and volunteer coach John Scouten. And now accepting the third place trophy for Sioux Falls Roosevelt, head coach Mitch Begeman. Fans, this concludes our award ceremony for third place.
Congratulations to the Roosevelt Rough Riders. They win third place here at the boys AA basketball tournament. We'll take a timeout and come back with more. You're watching SDPB.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for all of it. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great. And we're here for all of it. See you at the game.
Powering the possibilities of tomorrow starts today. For our homes, our farms, our businesses. That's why our Touchstone Energy Cooperative continually plans for the future by utilizing and sourcing safe, reliable power for the next generation. So we can power possibilities long into the future. Touchstone Energy Cooperatives, powering possibilities.
Creating a legacy means different things to everyone. For us, it's about family, watching my daughter follow in my footsteps, passing the farm under her, and working side by side every day. It's about building something that lasts. Agtegra Cooperative has been by our side through it all, supporting us from one generation to the next. Agtegra Cooperative, legacy rich, future focused for generations to come.
At Southeast Technical College, you won't just study for a career, you'll live it. Training in classrooms that look, feel, and operate just like the real world. Because the best way to do what you learn is to learn by doing. Get your degree, get to work at Southeast Technical College.
There's your final score for the third place game. It went down to the wire. Roosevelt beats Harrisburg 76-72. Standing by with Coach Begeman is J.J. Hartigan.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Coach, this was a good run for your team here today. Obviously, you didn't get to the title game, but you get 2 wins at this tournament. There aren't many players that can say that their last game in their senior season comes with a win. Your 5 guys are going to be able to walk off the court and say that.
Absolutely. Proud of our effort tonight. It was the dogfight we knew it was going to be. Obviously, both teams, I think, could feel the effects of last night. But again, I just was proud of the way we kind of came out and played a little bit more loose. That tends to happen, obviously, when you're playing for not a championship. But again, overall, great season. 19 wins for this team. 5 seniors, Justin Bilal, CJ Schmaus, Deacon Benz, Carson Hornets, and Memphis Bylander get to walk out of here with a win, like you said. And just overall, proud and just looking forward to a little bit of break now.
Justin Bilal came out like he knew it was his last game tonight. He left it all out there on the court, came out guns blazing early on for you guys, found a way to get your offense jump-started in a big way. How proud are you of him to bring that effort, knowing that it's the third day, legs tired? It's not always easy to get jump-started.
Yeah, we talked to him before the game tonight. I mean, he's obviously a calm, cool, collected type kid, doesn't show a lot of emotion, but we just told him to be loose, just have fun. Obviously when things get tight like last night, it's easy to kind of tighten up a little bit, but tonight he really just played loose. He shot it, let it fly, and again, smiled and had fun. I think all of our guys did tonight, and again, just proud of our effort, proud of we could close out with a win.
Talk about your coaching staff. I know you rely on them a lot throughout the course of the year. What do those guys do to help you?
They're everything, to be honest with you. I get a lot of credit for a lot of this, but without them, I wouldn't be where I'm at, and that goes over the last 10 years. You fall in love with the process, and I've got 5 coaches that do that with me every day. We prepare like no other, and just try to put our kids in the best position. But I give them a lot of thanks. I owe them a lot. Because it's not just a one-man show. It takes an entire coaching staff and it's just an entire program to run this thing, and just proud of where we're at, and again, those guys every day for coming to work and fighting.
Coach, thank you for your time, and congratulations here today.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, Mitch Begeman, the winning coach here today for Roosevelt. Steve, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks, JJ. And let's check out some of these highlights from this game. It was an 8-point game at halftime, but Harrisburg came out and cut into that lead. You see the nice pass there, Jensen to Larson. 3-pointer there by Benz. Got the start today. But the threes were flying for Cole Quaker, who had a sensational game with 19 points. He hit another tray from the corner, but this man off the bench was stellar. DeAndre Painter, 18 points. He was the top man for Roosevelt. And Memphis Bylander with the big 2-hand jam. Another 3-ball from the corner, good for the Tigers. And that was Creighton Gibbon. He had a good game in his own right with 18 points. Passing around the perimeter. Look at the distance on that 3 there by Jensen. He was beyond the NBA arc, as there was Painter maneuvering in the lane. Nice backdoor cut. That was the hoop and the harm for Skogsburg. Another tray from the corner. That's Quaker again. Bylander, the little shake and bake, and up and under, and he got the big bucket there for his squad. He ended up with 15 on the day, as the Roosevelt Rough Riders had 4 players in double figures, led by Painter off the bench with 18, 14 for Skogsburg, 15 Bylander, 16 for Bilal. As we check out the team stats here, 3-point shooting was kind of a wash. 8 more free throws for Harrisburg, but Roosevelt got more shots from the floor. The rebounding was even. Actually, 4 more turnovers for Roosevelt in that game, because Roosevelt, for a while, they were winning that turnover battle.
They certainly were, and it looked for a moment there like Harrisburg was going to come back in this game because of their defense with the ability to get those turnovers late. But Roosevelt hit 6 of their last 7 shots from the field. They made their free throws in the second half when it counted. They ended up with a 6 for 10 effort in the second half, 10 of 15 at the line overall today. That really ends up being the difference in this one as they win this in a 2-possession battle, 76-72.
Quaker with 19, Gibbon with 18, Larson with 15 points, and 18 rebounds. Those were the top scorers today for Harrisburg. Well, third place is in the books. It belongs to Roosevelt. We'll take a timeout, and we'll get you set up for the championship match. It's Lincoln against Huron. More to come here from the boys AA basketball tournament. You're watching SDPB.
You live life on the move. While you determine what direction that may be, we're here to help along the way. So go. Go with values. Go with friends. Go with support. Go with convenience.
Bioethanol supplies more than just energy. It creates jobs in rural communities. It drives demand for local corn. It provides opportunities for family farms to thrive. To ensure agriculture plays a leading role in the efforts to decarbonize and transition energy, bioethanol remains at the forefront of a pursuit for a cleaner, brighter future for all Americans. Learn how at sdethanol.com.
At Muth Electric, we don't just power projects, we empower people. We invest in training, mentorship, and career development opportunities at every level. Because strong careers build strong communities. Your future is bright with Muth Electric. Muth Electric now hiring.
Welcome back inside the Ice Arena in the Monument in Rapid City, South Dakota. We've got 3 games in the books already today. 11 of our 12 games have been decided at this tournament. All that's left is the one that's for all the marbles here tonight is the unbeaten Lincoln Patriots at 23-0. Get set to take on the Huron Tigers, who come in with a 19-4 record. He's Steve Toom. I'm JJ Hardigan. Glad you can join us for this one here as these two teams get ready to do battle. And Steve, these Tigers, they had a battle on their hands last night against a very dangerous team as Tim Buttenhagen and his squad get ready to battle here today. But that one was an epic game in the semifinals against Harrisburg. Roosevelt, I should say, and they are ready to roll into this one here tonight. As you look at the final score from last night, 53-44 the final in that one. They've had a couple really fierce battles in this state tournament. O'Gorman gave them a good run throughout the first half of their game on day one, ended up pulling away in a 15-point win. But Roosevelt last night, that's about as physical a game as we have seen in a long time at the AA tournament.
Yeah, I believe it was like 56 combined free throw attempts for the both teams last night. There were a ton of fouls called, but that worked in Huron's favor. 28 of 32 from the free throw line last night versus Roosevelt for this Huron Tigers squad, who has one of the tallest starting lineups in the state. One of the tallest starting lineups I think I've ever seen for a boys basketball team. As you see, they beat Pierre there to get to the state tournament. Starts in the middle with Blake Elwine. He is a guard at 6'10". He'll play a lot on the perimeter, not just on offense, but on defense as well. Mason Jurgens, a 6-foot senior. Miles Elwine, he is a sophomore at 6'5". Anderson Porish, a 6'6" junior. And the power forward is Davis Chase, 6'8" and a junior. And it's Chase, he kind of does that interior work for the Tigers on offense and defense.
Last night in the win, the Tigers relied heavily on their free throw shooting. They shot 88% in the win against Roosevelt to punch their ticket to this title game. These two teams faced each other back on January 16th. In that game, Huron struggled mightily at the free throw line. They shot just 27% in that game. They were 1 of 7 at the free throw line in the first half. They're going to need to be much better at the stripe today, like they were last night, if they want to have a chance to take down the unbeaten Lincoln Patriots.
Yeah, they're going to have to make their free throws. It'll be interesting to see because Lincoln got to see that game last night. They know if it comes down to a free throw shooting contest, that's a big plus for the Tigers.
Huron played the nightcap last night. Lincoln is the more rested team heading into today. We'll take a look at them when we come back after the break.
Are Peterson reps real-life Seed heroes? Well, they've been known to go the extra mile. Literally thousands of extra miles every year. And when they're not driving gravel roads, they're out walking fields and sampling soil. When time is the enemy, they're there to save what's left of the day. Are all Peterson reps Seed heroes? I guess that's a yes. Peterson. We're that kind of seed company.
South Dakota, a state shaped by its people. It's more than a place, it's opportunity waiting to be realized. At South Dakota State University, opportunity is turned into progress. Through research, education, and a community that inspires, SDSU drives the future of this state. We're not just here, we're taking action with purpose, trust, and impact. This is SD State.
On the next Dakota Life.
Greetings from Eureka.
Greetings from Eureka.
Greetings from Eureka, South Dakota.
It's a great small town. We love to help each other. We are always there for each other.
We like to have fun. We like to gather.
It just feels like home. It's just that comfortable. That's what sets us apart.
If you're ever in Eureka, stop and see us. We'd love to visit with you.
Tonight after basketball on SDPB.
Back in Rapid City as we get geared up for this AA state championship game between Sioux Falls Lincoln and the Huron Tigers. We mentioned Lincoln 23-0 on this season, led by Luke Hanneman. As this Lincoln Patriots team gets ready to play today, this is a team that has done nothing but find victories throughout the season. They've won 23 in a row entering today's matchup. This is about as complete a team as you can see across the state of South Dakota.
Yeah, examining their record, they're 20-0 on the regular season. You saw that win over Huron in the middle of January. Won that one 82-57. Really only a couple of teams have really come close to them. I think it was O'Gorman and T-Area came within 2 each. That's been it. Otherwise, big margins of victory all season long for the Patriots. They beat Sturgis Brown pretty handily, 88-44 in the Sodak 16 round. They had a tough time with T-Area. That game a lot closer than that final score appears. That was a 2-point game at halftime, and then Harrisburg gave them a big battle, but it was solid defense in the second half. That's been kind of the untold story of the Patriots. Yes, we are dazzled by their offensive numbers as you look at their starting lineups brought to you by First Dakota Bank, but this is a very good defensive team. You got the junior Brody Schaefer at a guard, Owen Duffy, a senior, at a guard, Sam Erickson, a senior, at the guard, Sam DeGroat at a forward. He's a senior. Brody Knorr, a guard. He is a junior.
Brody Knorr was the leading scorer in the first matchup of the year back on January 16th. He had 21 points against these Huron Tigers. You mentioned that defense for Lincoln. In that game back on January 16th, the Lincoln Patriots forced Huron to turn the ball over 16 times in that game. They are going to be relentless on both ends of the floor today. They are going to bring the energy. Huron will have to match that. And again, as physical a battle as we have seen for the Tigers yesterday, what kind of energy will they bring out in the opening quarter here today? Steve, your final thoughts.
Huron has to protect the basketball. You know Lincoln's going to pressure them with their speed. They have to limit the turnovers.
It's go time. Time to to turn the lights off. It's time for our starting lineups, and we'll send it over now to Mr. Joe Van Gore.
Good evening once again, basketball fans. Welcome to Championship Night at the 2026 South Dakota State AA Boys Basketball Tournament. This is the Class AA Championship game, seeking their 12th championship with a record of 19-4, the number 3 seed Huron Tigers. And seeking their 7th championship with a record of 23-0, the number 1 seed Sioux Falls Lincoln Patriots. The South Dakota High School Activities Association, along with its corporate partners Sanford Health, Dakota Bank, Farmers Union Insurance, Billion Automotive, and the South Dakota Army National Guard, welcome you to this final session of the AA Boys High School Basketball Tournament. This tournament is being conducted under the guidance and regulation of the South Dakota High School Activities Association for the enjoyment and benefit of high school students. Good sportsmanship is essential for the success of these programs. We hope you'll enjoy the championship game and support your athletes in a positive and sportsmanlike manner. March is National Athletic Trainers Appreciation Month. We would like to recognize the athletic trainers for each team who work tirelessly to keep their student athletes healthy and safe. From Huron, Steve Freiberger. From Sioux Falls Lincoln, Katie Lardy and Austin Mueller. And we also would like to recognize proud corporate sponsor, Sanford Health. This year, in partnership with the South Dakota High School Activities Association, the participating schools of the Boys State AA Tournament, and the officials of the tournament, we're proud to introduce the Junior Official Program. We appreciate the willingness of our officials to take part in this initiative and to mentor younger individuals who have an interest in officiating. This program provides a great opportunity for youth to gain exposure to the officiating profession while learning from experienced officials in a state tournament environment. We are proud to welcome our junior officials for this championship game. From Huron, Trajan DeBoer. And for Sioux Falls Lincoln, Hugh Duffy. And now, basketball fans, your officials as assigned by the South Dakota High School Activities Association. The referee is Andy Deinert. Umpire number 1 is Lucas Pearson. Umpire number 2 is Jeff Schroeder. And the alternate at the table is Mike Kirkaby. Fans, these officials are licensed by the South Dakota High School Activities Association to officiate this championship game. Please respect their decisions as they officiate this championship game. And now, the head coach for the Huron Tigers, Tim Buttenhagen. And the head coach of the Sioux Falls Lincoln Patriots, Luke Hanneman.
The game is in trouble, I've been in my depth for the piece of the puzzle, I got it for real. Still keep me going, I wake up and hustle, you won't see me buckle, I've been in the field. Man of the town, you been in your fields, I'm adjusting this crown. Call me your majesty, either that or your tragedy, we shutting everything down. I play with all of my life, you see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
And now, basketball fans, your starting lineup for the AA championship game in alternating fashion. First of all, for the Huron Tigers at a guard, a 6'5" sophomore, number 20, Miles Elwine. For Sioux Falls Lincoln, a 6-foot junior, number 1, Brody Schaefer. At a guard, for the Tigers, a 6-foot senior, number 23, Mason Juergens. At a guard, for the Patriots, a 6'1" senior, number 3, Owen Duffy. At a guard, for Huron, a 6'10" senior, number 30, Blake Elwine. At a guard for Sioux Falls Lincoln, a 6'3" senior, number 11, Sam Erickson. At a forward for the Tigers, a 6'6" junior, number 32, Anderson Porish. At a forward for Sioux Falls Lincoln, a 6'7" senior, number 15, Samuel DeGroat. And at forward for Huron, a 6'8" junior, number 40, Davis Chase. And at a guard for Sioux Falls Lincoln, a 6'1" junior, number 21, Brody Knorr. Tonight's lineups are brought to you by Channel Seed. All right, Huron fans, are you ready?
Well, Steve, we're ready to go with this one here tonight. Your final thoughts before tip-off.
You kind of wonder who's going to be that X-factor player. A guy I think you need to keep an eye on for each squad, Anderson Porish for Huron and Brody Knorr. If those guys for their respective teams have big games, then I think they might just be those X-factor guys when all is said and done for their respective squads. We know that DeGroat and Blake Elwine are going to have big games. But for, it's who among those other players can step it up that maybe not a high-scoring player that can make big contributions. Also key for Huron to win the battle on the boards.
It'll be DeGroat. It'll be Elwine inside the center circle. Lincoln will win the tip-off. We are underway. It'll be the Patriots in their home whites with the baby blue letters, numbers, and red trim. Huron in their business suit black jerseys today with the orange letters, numbers, and white jerseys. They go to DeGroat, the South Dakota Gatorade Player of the Year, and he puts the first points on the board in the title game.
Yep, nice pass inside. Porish did all he could, and here's a tip pass.
Lincoln will set things up. He wants another one. DeGroat deep from 3. Yes, sir. 5-0 Lincoln early on.
And that pressure was something I mentioned. And there's another tip pass. This one goes out of bounds by Duffy. Duffy could be, again, he has come up big in the fourth quarter the previous 2 games for Lincoln. Huron has to limit their turnovers. They know they're going to be pressed all night long. They can't afford to give Lincoln transition baskets. And Lincoln, of course, they want to force those transition baskets.
Lincoln Patriots 1 win away from the perfect season. The last time they did it was 2009 as Anderson Porish travels. That 2009 team had Luke Hanneman on it. He's their head coach now. Oh, by the way, the team they played in that title game, the Huron Tigers. This is a battle and a rematch and a chance for Lincoln to repeat history here tonight.
Yep, Huron standing in their way with that super tall lineup. And yes, that's Blake Elwine at 6'10" out on the perimeter, guarding the point guard for the opposing team. He does that quite a bit. He has good lateral movement at 6'10". And Huron will switch off defensively in their man.
Foul on the play, on the drive. It was Brody Schaefer going in towards the rim. I don't think he was in the act of shooting.
I don't think so either. I think the officials signaled that was a foul on the floor. And I think that is going to be on Juergens. Nope, that's Porish, his first.
Inbound will come from Schaefer on the sidelines. He was the football quarterback at Lincoln. He's committed to play at SDSU on the football side of things. And he'll run the offense for the most part. This is Sam Erickson starting to get a feel offensively, trying to get his shot to fall. A turnover here. Miles Elwine getting it to his brother Blake there. Miles standing at the top of the key. He'll run the show with 25 on the shot clock. Over to the right side, wide open shooter. This one off the backboard, no. Blake Elwine, the future Jackrabbit, misses on this one and will go to the free throw line. He's committed to play basketball at South Dakota State. He'll go to the free throw line for the first time here today.
Duffy with the foul there for Lincoln. And on that previous possession, that was a great job by Davis Chase to save that ball from going out of bounds and pass it to a teammate as he was falling out of play.
Yesterday, Elwine made his first 15 free throws before missing his final 2 of the night. Did most of his damage in that win at the free throw line as that rattles in, out, and back in again. He played 32 minutes in the semifinal victory, had 23 points, 13 rebounds. Erickson's 3 rejected.
I think he mishandled it a little bit, had to collect himself. Anderson Porish, the big block for the Tigers.
Erickson, big piece of the puzzle this season for this Lincoln team. Just 2 of 18 from three-point land in this tournament, though. They'd like him to catch fire here in this championship.
Player as well, and he again has had his struggles here.
Ooh, double dribble, the extra dribble and pass there for Brady Knorr will give Huron the lead. And listen to this crowd. The entire city of Huron probably in attendance here today in Rapid City, the way that they're making noise early on in this one.
Yeah, Huron brought a huge, very vocal crowd as they normally do for a state tournament. Duffy almost got the steal there. Smart play by Juergens to protect the ball, and that pass out of bounds. And they're going to give it, believe, to Lincoln.
Yeah, Davis Chase the last to touch it. Brody Schaefer was there as well, but it was the Huron player the last to touch it. And now Lincoln with some full court pressure coming from the Huron defense will bring it up in a 5-2 ball game. 3 from the right corner, no hesitation. The quick 3 misses. Elwine with the rebound. Standing at 6'10", plays as a guard. Can handle the basketball dribbling wise like some of the best guards in the state of South Dakota.
Porish going to call out the play. Yeah, and that's how the game has changed. Back in the day, Elwine, he'd be a back to the basket kind of post player, but he has such a good skill package.
Elwine misses on that one. DeGroat the rebound, and here comes Lincoln. Little scoring drought right now for Sioux Falls Lincoln. They haven't scored any points in 2.5 minutes. Nice pass inside, maybe a little bit behind Owen Duffy, though, as it goes out of bounds, and that will send us to our first timeout. A 5-2 Lincoln lead. We'll step aside for 60 seconds. Back with more from the AA Boys Championship game right after this.
You kept us fed through tough times. And despite rising business costs, you keep doing what you love because you know you're making a difference. No matter the challenges, we're here to help you navigate the highs and lows to grow your business, to improve your land, or to buy new equipment. We all rely on you, and we're just happy to return the favor. Go with Allies. Go with trust. Go with Dakota Bank.
Well, the vibes are high here in Rapid City right now. It's a 5-2 lead for Lincoln as they get back to work. The Huron fans have been making noise really since they were allowed in this building back around 4 o'clock. It's been electric all afternoon long.
Yeah, when they opened those doors right at 4 o'clock, there was just a stampede of kids coming into their respective student sections.
Elwine knocks in the 3 from the right wing. His first make from distance. That's a big bucket there, tying this game at 5 apiece.
Yeah, Elwine struggled from the floor yesterday, only 4 field goals, but if he can knock down some threes and some mid-range jumpers, it's a big plus for Huron.
Erickson from distance. No, that one doesn't go. Elwine the rebound. Now a foul on Brady Noor.
Yeah, Brody Noor with the foul, his first, team's second.
Brody, a junior, state champion in football, a very intelligent young man, 4.0 GPA. Played 23 minutes yesterday, had just 2 points, but picks up his first personal foul here. You mentioned Elwine struggling from the floor yesterday. Steve, how many times have we talked about a guy struggling from the floor that scored 23 points?
Yeah, a lot of those at the free throw line, 15 of those points. Carter Porish into the game, the freshman, handling the ball, nearly lost it. He's in trouble, gets it away.
Coach Buttenhagen had high praise for him in the postgame comments last night. He played a lot of valuable minutes out there on the floor and felt like he was a big reason why Huron found a victory yesterday.
Yeah, he hit a big three-pointer, but it was his defense and his play on the floor. That was the key for number 50.
Elwine, the fadeaway from the baseline, no good. Rebounded by Brody Schaefer. Schaefer looking to get his first offensive points of the day. Has it out in the left wing, thought about the 3. Sizing up the defense, that first step so quick, got to the rim, but it doesn't go. They'll say it was on the ground. Lincoln will inbound it underneath the baseline after the Huron foul.
Lincoln creates so many matchup problems because they have height, but they also have tremendous speed, and Brody Schaefer is one of the fastest point guards in the state at any level.
Carter Porish got tagged with the personal foul. Fresh 35 on the shot clock for Lincoln. DeGroat finding Erickson. He'll cut inside the lane. The extra pass into the right corner. And yeah, he traveled as he tried to pass it away. That's Landon Monk, the 6'2 junior who did the stutter step.
Yeah, he had a thought, then changed his mind, but I love the extra pass. You know, I think he might have been thinking about a shot, and he was open, but this Lincoln team plays very, unselfish basketball. They will make the extra pass. Same thing can be said about Huron as well. And successful teams have to do that. Make the extra pass, find the open man.
Lincoln on a 4.5-minute scoring drought. They've turned the ball over 4 times in the last 4.5 minutes. They force a turnover here, and now the first 3 of the day for Brody Schaefer.
And that was set up by the defense by number 33, Lucas Honor.
2:40 left to go in this opening quarter. Back and forth we go. Elwine with it near half court. Let everybody settle into the offense. Spin move inside the lane. Porish, no. Rebounded by DeGroat. The big man can bring it up as well for Lincoln. They've got 2 great post players who can play like guards out there on the court to display true athleticism in South Dakota here tonight.
Yeah, and again, it just shows you how much the game has changed over the year. Big drive, but a block. Well, Monk got in there for the rebound.
Schaefer couldn't get the 3 to go. Elwine was battling with Erickson. He picked up the rebound. Now this one nearly turned over, and it will be. Lincoln came away with it. That ball tipped out of bounds, and they're going to say it's Huron basketball. Tigers are going to catch a break and regain the possession with 2 minutes remaining here in the first.
And Chase checking out. Porish back in for the Tigers. Honor and Monk going to the bench for Lincoln. They've got number 13 Everett Starks out there. Looks like Duffy back into the game for the Patriots.
Boy, defense dictating this game early on. Each team with 5 turnovers. Huron hasn't scored any points in nearly 3 minutes now. We're under 2 minutes remaining in the opening frame. Elwine looks back at the bench. Make sure he's got the correct play call in line. Now up to the top of the key they go. Good ball movement here from Huron. 15 on the shot clock. DeGroat swats it. Swats it again. Ball's loose on the floor. Tipped out of bounds. Lincoln basketball.
Tough interior defense by DeGroat. As the freshman Carter Porish took it right at him. Now let's see, it's going to be Elwine guarding Schaefer in the man-to-man.
Lincoln, very patient offensive team when they want to be. They definitely are one of the quicker, more free-flowing offenses when they can get in rhythm. Schaefer, a big part of that. Misses on the layup here. Rebounded offensively. DeGroat, the three. Yes, sir.
That's his second tray.
One minute remaining in our first period of play in this AA championship game.
And if Lincoln's knocking down threes, that means they're going to be opened up in the middle, and there we got a turnover. Ooh, a couple players collided. Looked like head-to-head there right at half court, and so both men are okay. And that's Porish, and that's a critical second foul on him.
Yeah, he had tried to pass it over to Mason Jurgens, who was looking back at the bench to try to hear what the coaching staff was yelling at him, and the ball came in and hit him in the noggin. He was a little frustrated there, and then the foul occurs. So a couple disastrous moments there for Huron. They'll try to rebound as they go back to work defensively.
James Schultz Jr. in, number 14 for the Tigers. Also Chase Shuckhart in, number 24 for Huron.
45 seconds left to go in our opening quarter. Schaefer had that pass deflected. DeGroat kept it alive. Now Schaefer double teamed in the corner. Erickson. Smooth ball handling, gets inside, got the defender up in the air, but he is rejected. Davis Chase, the swat, the spin move up front, and that shot no good. DeGroat tipped it out of bounds.
Well, they're going to say here, well, two officials are going to confer. One referee said Huron, and one said Lincoln. It's going to Huron.
And that's the correct call. Good job by the officials to gather, make sure that they're on the same page and talk it over and get the call correct.
We have Miles Elwine in for the Tigers. Schultz going to the bench. Erickson's getting a break. Landon Monk in for Lincoln.
Offense hard to come by in this first quarter. Scoring drought of almost 4.5 minutes now for the Tigers. Down to the final 17 seconds. Miles had his shot blocked, but it comes with a foul. That's Miles Elwine, the 6'5 sophomore. He hit some big shots late last night. 8 points in 24 minutes. He was 2 for 4 from three-point land. He was a perfect 2 for 2 at the free throw line. We'll get his first look at the strike now here tonight.
Duffy with the foul, his second for the Patriots.
6'5 sophomore. That's in.
So Eric's going to replace Duffy in the Lincoln lineup. And Jurgens looking to come back in. I think he's going to replace Miles Elwine, provided he makes the free throw.
Should still have 2 more free throws coming up.
Yep. You have to wait after the second on the 3-shot foul before you can make the substitution. Now the players come in from the sideline. 14.4 seconds is an eternity for a team like Lincoln to get the ball up the court and establish a good play and a shot.
Third opportunity is good. That'll get you back into a basketball game. A 3-for-3 effort at the free throw line. 3-point game. DeGroat. Shot clock turned off. He'll try the jumper on the baseline. That hit the side of the backboard. No. Huron with a chance as they push it up ahead. This one at the buzzer. No, off the backboard is no good. Lincoln will take the 3-point lead into our second quarter. 1 in the books. We'll step aside. More AA boys basketball when we return from Rapid City.
You're committed to building relationships, to exceeding expectations, to serving your community. Your financial partner should share your vision and your values. For 130 years, we've stood by South Dakotans. We've been there, we'll be there. Convenient, connected, committed. Bank West, member FDIC.
On the next Dakota Life.
Greetings from Eureka.
Greetings from Eureka.
Greetings from Eureka, South Dakota.
It's a great small town. We love to help each other. We are always there for each other.
We like to have fun. We like to gather.
It just feels like home. It's just that comfortable. That's what sets us apart.
If you're ever in Eureka, stop and see us. We'd love to visit with you.
Tonight after basketball on SDPB.
Ready to roll in our second quarter as we get back to action here inside the Ice Arena, the Monument in Rapid City, South Dakota. This is your AA Boys State Basketball Championship on South Dakota Public Broadcasting. Lincoln, the #1 seed, has the lead. This to tie it, no. Huron couldn't get the shot there. Now a foul on the rebound. They're going to say it's an offensive foul. Carter Porish has picked up the personal.
And that's going to be his second personal. So the Porish brothers, Anderson and Carter, each with 2 fouls.
Rough start to the day shooting-wise for Huron in that opening quarter, Steve. They were 1 of 10 from the field, 1 of 3 from three-point land.
Yeah, Lincoln was 4 of 12 from the floor in that first quarter.
Schaefer, the extra pass outside. Erickson, left corner for 3. That's no good. Huron with the rebound defensively. Rebounds have been pretty even today. Huron a slight advantage, 9-7. Turnaround, hangs on the rim, no. DeGroat gets the rebound. Looking at his numbers today, 8 points, 3 rebounds already in 8 minutes. Knorr hands it off. That shot off the rim is no good. Lincoln quick back defensively as the Tigers settle into their half-court offense.
Total rebounds pretty even, and that's a plus for Lincoln.
We're in a foul now on the turnover, and this a little bit of a frustration foul for the Huron Tigers. If this is on the big man, it's going to be a tough situation here. Carter Porish has picked up another one. He'll have to go to the sidelines. Anderson will come in to replace him, but that's a young man that they would have liked to have on the floor for as much of the game as possible today. He's probably going to have to sit a good chunk of this second quarter now.
Juergens out in first appearance tonight for Oakley Anderson, number 10, a 5'10" senior, and he'll play at the top of the defense here, and he will guard Schroeder, bringing it up.
Porish with his 3rd personal foul. DeGroat going to work on Anderson Porish now. He'll pass it outside, and it's going to be Anderson Porish who picks up the personal.
Not in the act of shooting.
That's his 3rd personal foul.
That is big for the Tigers because 2 of their main post players are now in foul trouble here with 6:35 left to go in the second quarter. And all of a sudden that Huron bench is getting thinner and thinner.
Schaefer poking, prodding his way inside. That got poked out of his hands, but it comes with contact and will send him to the free throw line.
That's going to be on Oakley Anderson. Brody Schaefer creates so many matchup problems. He's 6 foot at the point guard. He's very strong. Obviously, you can see that from his physical build because he's a great football player, but he's got explosive speed as well. He's a matchup problem for a lot of teams in the state.
Well, and for Coach Hanneman, good luck getting him off the court. This is a guy who played 30 minutes in the first round game. He played 32 minutes yesterday. Just has a high motor, never wants to come off the court, always leading by example. You want guys like that on your team, no matter what the situation is.
4-point edge for the Patriots here. Oh, errant pass. Oh, Miles Elwine was Johnny on the spot.
Yeah, he bailed him out there big time with 23 still on the shot clock. Now he'll run the offense. Guarding him at the top of the key is Starks. 6:08 left to go in this first half. Elwine over to the left side. Huron trying to get their offense jump started. They've made 1 3 so far today. Elwine misses there. His brother got the rebound though, and Miles got fouled. He'll go to the line. This will be a foul on Lincoln. I think they got Starks with the personal.
Yeah, they did. As Juergens is going to replace Anderson in the Tiger lineup. Great job by Miles Elwine to get inside and get that position. big factor for Lincoln, too, is to limit the offensive rebounds of Huron.
That's about as high percentage a shot as he could ask for. The two-handed jam. That's just the second make from the field today for the Tigers. Brings them back within 2. Bucket will not count. That was well before the shot was released.
That was Chase Schuckhart with the foul, his first. And that dunk by Chase is the first points from somebody not named Elwine for the Tigers.
DeGroat at the free throw line. His first trip today. Knocks that one in. DeGroat heading to Augustana to play basketball. Teammate Sam Erickson will be joining him next year. Just think, Marcus Talley, who of course had a great career over at Mitchell High School. He's on that Augustana team now. Getting those 3, it's going to turn into a South Dakota All-Star team at Augustana before you know it, but they will have an opportunity to continue playing at the next level.
In a very tough Northern Sun Conference.
5.5 minutes until halftime. Lincoln on the day shooting 29% as a team, uncharacteristically low for them at this point, 4 of 14. Huron, though, a little bit worse at the moment, 2 of 13 as a team.
Good job by Juergens to keep that possession.
3 from the corner drops in. That's a big bucket there. Chase Schuckhart, the 6'4 junior, made 50% of his three-point buckets during the season in limited shots. He was 6 of 12, but that's one of the biggest ones of the year for the Huron Tigers.
Nora lost the handle.
Yep, it'll be picked up by Elwine. That's Miles bringing it into the front court. He was looking up ahead to his big brother, Brody. Blake, Blake going to work on Brody Schaefer defensively. That one off the rim, no good. Blake got his own rebound and put it back in. Blake Elwine, the 6'10 senior, such a force inside.
And just like that, the Tigers are on top now.
15-14. This 3 from Schaefer, no good. He'll kick it back out. Erickson, the stop and pop. No, that misses off the left side of the iron. Miles Elwine got the rebound, and he got fouled, and that'll send us to the media timeout. 4:26 left to go in our second quarter. It's a 1-point game in Rapid City.
For your little ones and your biggest joys, or your forever friends, and your fur kids too. For your better half, or your all-time bestie. For the reasons you smile, there's coverage. With dental and vision insurance from Delta Dental of South Dakota and Delta Vision.
Huron fans liking the lead for the first time today for these Tigers. 15-14 the advantage over number 1 Lincoln. Both teams down to 25% on the day shooting-wise. Guess you could look at the glass half full opportunity. The Huron Tigers are up to 25% shooting. They had started the day 1 for 10 from the field. 4 of 16 now for both teams from the field in this first half.
Yeah, difference is just a couple of free throws for Huron more than for the Patriots.
Blake Elwine, the spin move, that's no good. Rebounded by Erickson. Lincoln will bring it up with a chance to retake the lead. He'll stop, he'll pop. This one off the backside of the iron, no good.
Yeah, shooting woes continue. Again, he's a much better shooter percentage-wise than in the regular season, what we've seen at the state tournament here.
Fadeaway, Davis Chase, no. Offensive rebound for Juergens.
That was a great play by number 23 there. That's what he brings this team, hustle, and to get those rebounds even at 5'10".
Blake Elwine, his fadeaway no good. DeGroat, another rebound for Lincoln. That's his 4th rebound of the half. 10 points, 4 rebounds in 12 minutes.
Another offensive rebound there for the Tigers, but they couldn't connect.
DeGroat wants to go to work from the right corner. They're isolating him right side. He'll go driving baseline. Davis Chase trying to contain him. That one no good. And a foul. Lincoln gonna get a turnover here as Owen Duffy commits the personal foul.
And that's his third, and he's got to go to the bench. And that's going to bring Landon Monk into the game. Also Starks in, and he'll give Erickson a break. Meanwhile, Schultz Jr. coming to the bench, or coming onto the scorer's table for the Tigers as Chase will get a break. So now a little smaller lineup in here for the Tigers.
Not sure this Lincoln team has faced this kind of offensive adversity really at any point this year. Struggling to find consistency offensively. The turnovers have been mounting. They've got 6 in this first half and shooting just 27% from three-point land. That one good on the other end for the Huron Tigers. They're starting to find their distance. Their third made 3 in 6 tries.
Credit James Schultz Jr. handling the pass and then making the pass.
That one tipped, taken away. Schaefer tried to recover it. They're going to say one of the Tigers players stepped out of bounds, though, and Lincoln will survive. Boy, that was a full-on attack from the Huron defense to try to steal it away in the full court.
Yeah, Miles Elwine trying to save it, but he was on the end line. And we got another sub rushing up to the scores table. Bryson North, the 6-foot junior. And I don't think we've seen him yet in this tournament. He's going to give Juergens a break.
They're going to put the shot clock back to 22. DeGroat's going to take the inbound. Noor almost lost it. Found an open shooter inside. A nice pass, a nice finish. Landon Monk with the bucket.
Great vision by Brody Noor to find the open man under the bucket in traffic.
2 minutes to go till halftime. We've got a battle on our hands. Lincoln outscored Huron 11-8 in the first quarter. It's been all Huron in the second quarter. 10-5 the advantage for the Tigers. Blake Elwine at the top of the keys, looking around for a little help right now. Throws it inside. Chase, his shot no. Tipped out of bounds. Last touched by Huron.
And Chase a little out of control there. Almost got the bucket to go after it left his hands as North is going to go to the bench. Juergens back in quickly for the Tigers.
Quick reminder, coming up at halftime, we'll have some awards to hand out, including our Spirit of Six and Spirit of Sioux. Be sure to settle in and watch that. Of course, 2 more exciting quarters of basketball in this championship game still to come as well. That pass from Schaefer sent out of bounds, an unforced turnover, the 7th of the day for Lincoln. This is a team that just does not turn the ball over much at all. They average 8 turnovers per game. They're at that basically right now in the first half.
Yeah, they got 7 right now. And credit the Tiger defense.
90 seconds to go till halftime. Blake Elwine will get it across the half court.
Yeah, just in the nick of time.
He's sizing up DeGroat. Stops, pops, this one, good.
DeGroat played him about as well as you could, and here's a collision.
Schaefer saves it from going out of bounds. Hustle all over the floor from the Huron Tigers. DeGroat collapses as he finds Erickson. His 3 rattles in and out. Rebounded by Davis Chase. Tigers on the prowl with under a minute to go. This one inside the lane for Miles Elwine. Yes! Huron has built it to a 7-point lead with 45 seconds left to go until halftime.
Coach Buttenhagen really exhorting his team.
DeGroat misses on the 3, rebounded by Lincoln. This one, no, an offensive foul called on Monk.
Yep, put his shoulder down into the defender. And listen to this Huron crowd. Coach Buttenhagen is fired up too as he's exhorting his team on here, and he's going to make a sub real quick. Schultz Jr. out, Schuchart in.
Listen to this crowd right now. We're just going to let them tell the story. They are about as loud and electric as this Huron fan base has been all night. A 7-point lead here at the moment, and a half-second difference between shot clock and game clock. They are on a 13-2 run over the last 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yep, and they can play for the final shot here. And they have a patient enough offensive set where they can do that. Now, you know Lincoln's going to crank up the pressure and maybe try to force a steal, maybe take a chance, trying to deflect the pass.
The two L-Wines playing catch at the top of the key. Shot clock at 8. Blake backing up the defense, spinning his way inside. That one off the rim, no. DeGroat tipped it to Erickson. He'll throw up the full court heave. This one well short. Huron struggled early in that opening quarter, but they outscored Lincoln 15-5 in the second and have a 7-point lead heading into the locker room at halftime.
Let's take a timeout, and we'll come back and have our halftime festivities. We've got a good one here in Rapid City. You're watching SDPB.
As much as you have accomplished, there are times you'd rather not go it alone. While you determine what direction you go, we're here to help along the way. So go. Go with community. Go with neighbors. Go with understanding. Go with support.
Don't be fooled by that beat-up old cap. Its faded crown represents the tireless work of America's farmers and ranchers. Its sturdy brim, their dedication to providing our nation with a safe, affordable food source. From sunup to sundown, they're turning quarters into the dollars that drive our rural economy. So we'd like to tip our hat to them. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting those that protect America's food source.
Bioethanol supplies more than just energy. It creates jobs in rural communities. It drives demand for local corn. It provides opportunities for family farms to thrive. To ensure agriculture plays a leading role in the efforts to decarbonize and transition energy, bioethanol remains at the forefront of a pursuit for a cleaner, brighter future for all Americans. Learn how at sdethanol.com.
At Southeast Technical College, you won't just study for a career, you'll live it. Training in classrooms that look, feel, and operate just like the real world. Because the best way to do what you learn is to learn by doing. Get your degree, get to work at Southeast Technical College.
Halftime here in Rapid City. Huron leading Lincoln 23-16 at the intermission. Before we get to the highlights and the stats, we've got some awards to hand out here at the halftime break. For that, let's send it over to Joe Van Gore.
Basketball fans, we direct your attention to the center of the floor for the award that is known as the Spirit of Six. The Spirit of Six trophy honors the memory of the 6 Rapid City cheerleaders who lost their lives in an airplane accident while returning from the 1968 Boys State Basketball Tournament. This annual award was first presented by the South Dakota Peace Officers Association in 1970 during the Boys State Basketball Tournament. In 1977, the auxiliary members of the Peace Officers Association began presenting the award at the girls' basketball tournaments. This award exemplifies the characteristics of the 1968 Rapid City cheerleaders. Those who knew this group of girls commented on their leadership, school spirit, sportsmanship, and dedication. They were positive representatives for their school and supported their team, whether winning or losing. As a part of each tournament, all cheerleaders and their coaches were presented with a series of 6-pin to commemorate their participation. This year, we mark the 57th anniversary of the presentation of the Spirit of Six Trophy during the boys' state basketball tournaments. Representing the South Dakota Peace Officers Association on the floor tonight are Jeff Hill and Shirley Swanson. And basketball fans, the cheer squad receiving the 2026 Spirit of Six Trophy for the Boys State AA basketball tournament is Harrisburg. The members of the Harrisburg Cheer Squad: Asia Allridge, Adelie Bang, Berkeley DeCurtains, Claire Gibbs, Jasmine Yerke, Sarah Johnson, Avon Langkeek, and Maisie Meyer. The cheer coach for Harrisburg is Eve Langerock. Congratulations, Harrisburg.
Congratulations to Harrisburg, Spirit of Six winners for this year. And we got a couple of minutes yet before we get to the presentation of Spirit of Sioux. And some of the two teams participating in this game, they're still in the locker room. They're making their way out now. And as soon as the Tigers come out and we get things set, then we will have the presentation of the Spirit of Sioux Award here. Congratulations once again to Harrisburg.
Lincoln making their way out with a round of applause from their fan base. They've got a lot of work to do in this second half. The Tigers making their way out of the locker room. This, one of the most prestigious awards you can earn as a young person in the state of South Dakota, an athlete chosen from all three sites. This is something that will live on with the individual who wins this next award for the rest of their lives, and it is one of the most meaningful things that anybody in the state of South Dakota can earn.
Yeah, as with the Spirit of Six Award for the cheerleaders, that's like their state championship as well. We're about ready to go here as the teams have made it out of the locker room, and we'll have the presentation of the Spirit of Sioux Award in just a moment as we get everybody into place. And in a moment, we'll turn things back over to Joe Van Gore. He's our public address announcer. And let's turn it over to Joe.
And now, basketball fans, we want to once again direct your attention to the center of the floor for the presentation of the Spirit of Sioux Award. The Spirit of Sioux Award was created as a memorial for Sue Ann Big Crow. She was best known for her accomplishments on the basketball court, but academic achievement and community involvement were equally important to her. The Spirit of Sioux Award is given to an outstanding high school athlete participating at this tournament who not only shares Sue Ann dreams and drive for academic and athletic excellence, but also strives to make life better for others through community service. The player is judged in the categories of outstanding athletic ability, leadership, character, sportsmanship, and grade point average. The beautiful colors of the quilt are symbolic of the four races of people. Sue Ann had a dream that all races could complement each other and live in harmony, thus making the world as beautiful as the quilt we award tonight. Presenting the Spirit of Sioux Award are Sergeant Spencer Braun and Deputy Heather Scogan of the Fraternal Order of Police, Bobby Poirier, Sue Ann's nephew, Cece Big Crow, Sue Ann's sister, and Catala Big Crow, granddaughter. And now, fans, this year's Spirit of Sioux Award recipient. From Sioux Falls, Lincoln, Sam DeGroat. Congratulations, Sam DeGroat of Sioux Falls, Lincoln, the Spirit of Sioux Award winner.
Congratulations, Sam DeGroat. Congratulations to the Harrisburg Tigers cheerleaders. We will take a timeout. We'll have some stats and highlights coming up for you when we return right after the break.
Reading opens every door to learning, opportunity, and understanding. The South Dakota Department of Education is strengthening literacy outcomes for students across our state, helping educators connect classroom instruction to the science of how children learn to read and write. Through professional support and shared resources, schools are building strong foundation in literacy for every learner. South Dakota Department of Education, learning, leadership, service.
South Dakota, a state shaped by its people. It's more than a place, it's opportunity waiting to be realized. At South Dakota State University, opportunity is turned into progress. Through research, education, and a community that inspires, SDSU drives the future of this state. We're not just here, we're taking action with purpose, trust, and impact. This is SD State.
Protecting crops. Agronomy Plus in Mitchell, Rock Creek in Howard, and Valley Station at Armour provide agronomy services, fertilizer products, and crop analysis systems, including Agronomy 365. This system helps manage your field's performance, supporting small-town communities while hiring and training local youth. Agronomy Plus in Mitchell, Rock Creek in Howard, and Valley Station in Armour, serving area producers and their communities.
Back inside the ice arena here in Rapid City, 23-16 your score. Huron with the lead. Sam DeGroat with 10 points in the first half for Sioux Falls Lincoln, Steve, but that really the majority of the offense for the Patriots.
Yeah, Patriots only had 3 players score, and DeGroat had 8 of his 10 in the first quarter. The offense just really evaporated for the Patriots in that second quarter of play. Meanwhile, Huron came to light. That was Shuckart with the big 3. Stick back there by Elwine. Big play there for the Tigers. Checking the team stats. Huron 7 of 24 from the floor, 29%, 5 of 21 for the Patriots, with 24% from three-point land, 4 of 7 for the Tigers, 3 of 13 for the Patriots. Turnovers, 8 for the Patriots, 7 for the Tigers. Rebounding, 17-14. Advantage, Huron, as we get ready for that third quarter of play. It's Blake Elwine with 10, Miles Elwine with 8. Meanwhile, DeGroat with 10, Brody Schaefer with 4, the top scorers for their respective teams.
We talk a lot about the two Sams for this Lincoln team, but really I think from this point on, the two Brodys, whatever they do in this game, Brody Schaefer, Brody Knorr, could really make an impact and dictate whether or not Lincoln has a chance to win this state championship. Got to take care of the basketball. It starts with your guard play. It opens up opportunities for your top scorers down the line then because of what they can do with the ball in their hands.
And remember, Huron went on that run when both of the Porish brothers exited the game with 3 fouls. It was a nice recovery by them.
Brody Schaefer couldn't get the layup to go.
Juergens in trouble.
Elwine gets it across the half-court line. Huron will run the offense for the first time here in our third quarter. Porish lobbed it into Davis Chase. He wasn't ready for it. That got snagged away. Lincoln pushing it 45 seconds into this third quarter. They've got a chance to get back in this game. Erickson, that's his first three. You don't want to wake a sleeping giant. He was 0 for 6 from three-point land in the first half, but that's a big one there.
Yeah, and that's the man that the Patriots need to get going.
Nice answer on the other end for Blake Elwine.
Yeah, Erickson with 9 points in each of the previous 2 contests. He's going to have to produce big numbers today.
Brody Schaefer. Boy, he had to dodge some traffic there, split through a tight window and found a way to get in for the right-handed layup.
Spacing the court is going to be important for the Tigers so they can get past that full court press.
Miles Elwine. His second made 3 of the game. He's got 11.
Huron staying in the man-to-man.
Schaefer guarded by Blake Elwine. He wants to get rid of it quickly. So much size on this Huron team. They might be the tallest starting 5 in the state of South Dakota. Schaefer tried to split through a couple defenders again, and this time they're going to get Huron with a foul. This will go on Huron, and it will go against number 20, Miles Elwine, the 6'5" sophomore.
But that's only his first. The main thing for Huron is to avoid that 4th foul on Anderson Porish for as long as possible, because he didn't play a whole lot of minutes in that first half due to the foul problems.
Possession arrow pointing Huron's way. Lincoln with the basketball.
They got the switch. DeGroat being guarded by Juergens. That's a mismatch.
Fresh 35 on the shot clock as the possession started. That got taken away. Elwine stepped in front of it.
Yeah, he came over there to help Juergens and was Johnny on the spot with the steal.
Chase off the side of the backboard. That got ripped out of his hands. Knorr will push it up into the front court. Brody hands it off to Schaefer. Erickson from the right wing dribbles up to the free throw line, now brings it back out. 5.5 minutes to go in this third. 7-point lead for Huron. Erickson, no. That ball tipped loose, picked up by Brody Schaefer. Found an open shooter underneath. A lost touch of Brody Knorr, and the junior puts it in.
Nice job to stay active along the baseline. Just slipped in the back door and found himself Johnny on the spot. We've got the basketball right in our laps.
That got tipped out of bounds. Almost took out Steve's laptop. Everything looks okay technology-wise over here. We continue play with 5:08 left to go in our third. Lincoln already has scored more points in this third quarter than they had the entire second quarter. Still, it's a 20-12 advantage since the end of the first for Huron, and they continue to put the points on the board. That one comes with a foul, and Carter Porish has a chance at a three-point play the old-fashioned way.
Nice job there by the freshman, and the foul is going to be on Erickson, his first. Nice job by the freshman there, a 71% free throw shooter on the season. And I tell you what, this Huron team's playing with a lot of confidence. They fell behind early, but then they found their stride.
Lincoln's three-point shooting almost taken completely out of this game here today. They are 4 of 15 at 27%. They shot near 40% the first time these two teams met. Nice dish again, and again it's the tale of the two Brodys. They just feeding each other right now. Schaefer finding Knorr for another bucket.
Yep, and a good job by Brody Knorr, moving without the basketball, finding the opening and being ready for the pass.
Blake Elwine's going to bring it out. Lincoln's hit 4 of their last 5 shots, starting to find a little rhythm. They're still down by 6. The Elwine's playing catch. Here's Miles, his 3 no good. Blake with the long rebound. He goes inside, and they're going to call him for the offensive foul. We will take a timeout in a 6-point game. 4:14 left to go in our third quarter. Back with more from Rapid City in just a moment.
Your Great Plains Case IH dealers know that hard work starts early, in the field and on the field or the court. Dedication, teamwork, pride, the values driving farmers also power South Dakota athletes. Growing crops or growing champions, it takes the same drive to succeed. Your local Great Plains Case IH dealers know the future is built by showing up day after day, ready to work, ready to win. Great Plains Case IH dealers, supporting schools, athletes, and the communities we grow.
Back in Rapid City, 4:14 left to go in this third quarter. 31-25 your score. Lincoln a much better looking offense in this second half. 4 of 6 from the field. Huron hanging with them though, shooting 60% since halftime at 3 of 5.
Yep, shooting percentage is almost even. 34-33% advantage Huron.
Brody Schaefer running the offense, gets inside, had a hip check as he got past the free throw line. It'll be Miles Elwine picking up the personal foul. That's his second. 3:57 now left to go in this third quarter. Schaefer lobs it in. DeGroat gonna run the offense. He's got Anderson Porish in front of him. Now hands it off to the guard. Schaefer slow playing it with burst of speed. The extra pass inside was headed for Brody Noor, but it goes off his fingertips and out of play.
It might have been deflected just slightly by a Huron player there as Juergens is going to get a break. And Schultz Jr., number 14, in to replace him for the Tigers. Tigers have done a good job moving the ball. Press bothered them early, but not so much since the second quarter. Well, the brothers almost ran into each other here.
3.5 minutes left to go in this quarter. About 12 minutes left to go in this championship game as that goes off the foot of the Tigers. Elwine arguing that he got tripped as he tried to secure it.
Yep, he's looking around for a call, not getting one. Coach Budenhagen pleading his case. Coach Hanneman there going to call out the play for his team.
Just a 2-possession game, but Lincoln hasn't been able to quite creep all the way back in as that one misses.
Boy, that was halfway down and spun out.
They're giving Brody Noor every opportunity to score right now. He's missed his last 2. That shot hangs on the rim and goes in. A Harder bucket inside. Coming open late, James Schultz Jr.
Great pass by Anderson Porish to set him up. Smart play there for the Tigers.
Erickson on the dribble attack, gets to the free throw line, stops and pops. That one's no good. Contact on the rebound opportunity. They'll say last touched by Huron.
Boy, Sam Erickson, he's had good looks, but for that young man, there just seems to be a lid on the basket.
Yeah, 1 of 9 today for him, including 1 of 8 from three-point land. When they start falling, it'll come in bunches, but he has had a drought out here on the west side of the state.
Well, we got a mismatch there as with Schultz guarding DeGroat. Nobody followed up.
Offensive rebound for Lincoln. That ball nearly went over the half-court line. It's saved by DeGroat. Now he'll drive inside, kicks it out. Erickson again for 3. No, off the front side of the iron.
Carter Porish lost it.
Schaefer recovers. 2 Tigers in front of him. He'll take the contact as he goes up for the fadeaway and will go to the line for 2 on the miss. Foul on Huron.
That's Miles Elwine in his 3rd. So now some fouls racking up against the Tigers.
Miles Elwine has 3. Carter Porish has 3. Anderson Porish has 3. Schaefer misses on the free throw. He is 1 of 3 at the line today. Lincoln scoreless over the last 2.5 minutes. Still has a team shooting 60% at the free throw line in this game, but at 29% from the field, 22% from 3. This is not the offense this Lincoln team is accustomed to seeing as that goes over 2. And you got to think the defensive pressure, the size from this Huron team, and the confidence that the Tigers are bringing to the floor right now is impacting the way Lincoln is playing.
Yeah, I think for Lincoln, this is about as low a point production as they've had all year. Foul on Schaefer as he was trying to guard Elwine. That's only the first on Brody Schaefer.
Lincoln's going to go to the bench.
Starks and Monk out. They bring Duffy and Knorr in.
Some anxious eyes in those fan sections for Lincoln right now as Juergens misses everything on the 3. Patriots with the basketball. They're down by 8. DeGroat finding Erickson. He'll dribble and drive. Got the defender to fall down. Now it's DeGroat going inside amongst the trees. His shot contested on the way up. Davis chased the rebound for Huron.
That was a big, strong rebound for number 40. That's what the Tigers needed.
Look at Elwine run the floor. That got pickpocketed at the last second, and now a foul, a hard one at that. On the play, and Duffy slow to get up. He might have had the wind knocked out of him a little bit.
Yeah, as Davis fouled him, but that's only the first on number 40 for the Tigers. Elwine looking for the foul on that drive on that last transition play for the Tigers. Didn't get the call.
It's the 5th team foul on Huron, and so free throws for the final minute 25 of the quarter here for Lincoln.
And I believe 16 points. We'll have to double check, but I believe that was a season low for halftime points for the Patriots.
And to put it into perspective for you, when these two teams met for the first time back in early January, Lincoln, they put up a huge offensive night, an 82-57 win over Huron.
Been a completely different story tonight. The pace of this game favoring Huron.
Free throw is good for Duffy. It's a 6-point game, a minute 25 left to go in this third quarter. 9.5 minutes left to go in this championship game. That ball got tipped for a moment. Juergens got it up ahead. 3 from the right side. Good. 3-point bucket. Chase Shuckart.
That was a 3-on-2 opportunity. Good ball movement by the Tigers. Again, their spacing has been very good as they bring the ball up against that Lincoln press.
Erickson spinning inside the lane. Now DeGroat from the left wing. Lincoln being challenged at the highest point of the season here as DeGroat misses another one. Facing adversity unlike anything they've seen yet this season. This Huron team has brought a great game plan today, and now 40 seconds away from ending this third quarter with the lead. A near double-digit lead right now at 36-27. This one from Chase, no. DeGroat tipped it away. Here comes Lincoln as Duffy leads the charge. Shot clock turned off. He gets fouled from behind as Blake Elwine tried to get the jump ball. Instead, too much body contact, and he'll pick up his second personal foul.
Yeah, he tried to sneak in and get the jump ball, but he got too much body contact there.
Lincoln back at the free throw line. They are 5 of 8 as a team. This one misses. Now 2 of 5 in this second half. They have struggled from the free throw line since the intermission.
Yeah, Patriots now 27% from the floor as a team, 36% currently for the Tigers.
Duffy makes his second. He's got 3 points today, all of it coming at the free throw line. 22 seconds left to go. And Schaefer trying to come in and steal it from behind. It's going to be Porish handling the basketball, hands it off to Blake Elwine. Blake puts it down on the ground, swings it over to the left side, the extra pass to the corner. They got the shot away with a foul. There'll be 3 free throws coming up Chase Shuckart with a second and a half left in the third quarter is going to stop the clock and get to the line for the Tigers.
And for Duffy, that's his fourth personal foul. Cardinal mistake. Never foul the jump shooter beyond the arc.
Free throw is good.
Subs have to wait until the second free throw attempt, then they can come in. So we got one at the scorer's table for both squads.
Second one, no. If he can knock this one in, it would be a 10-point lead for Huron. Lincoln with their backs to the wall, facing adversity like they haven't felt this season. This one is good. It is a 10-point lead for the Tigers. Knorr, the half-court heave. No, that's off the mark. We go to the fourth, a 10-point game. Number 3 Huron leading the unbeaten Lincoln Patriots. 8 minutes back on the big board, and we're back in Rapid City in a moment.
Peterson Reps real-life seed heroes? Well, they've been known to go the extra mile. Literally thousands of extra miles every year. And when they're not driving gravel roads, they're out walking fields and sampling soil. When time is the enemy, they're there to save what's left of the day. Are all Peterson Reps seed heroes? I guess that's a yes. Peterson. We're that kind of seed company.
Powering the possibilities of tomorrow starts today. For our homes, our farms, our businesses. That's why our Touchstone Energy Cooperative continually plans for the future by utilizing and sourcing safe, reliable power for the next generation. So we can power possibilities long into the future. Touchstone Energy Cooperatives, powering possibilities.
10-point lead for the Huron Tigers, 38-28 as we go into the fourth quarter. They've got 8 minutes back on the board. Huron Tigers will get the basketball, nearly sent that one out of bounds on the inbound. Lincoln trying to turn up the intensity pressure-wise on the defensive end here as they trail by 10.
Yeah, and we'll see if the Patriots maybe take a few more chances here like that, trying to get into those passing lanes. That one's tapped out of bounds. Shooting stats through 3 quarters, Lincoln 26%, Huron 36%. From three-point land, Tigers 6 of 11, 4 of 19 for the Patriots.
Juergens trying to get it inside. This one swung around. Davis Chase tried to bounce it down low. That's too far out of the reach of Anderson Porish and out of play. Uncharacteristic turnover there, but it is now the 14th turnover of the day for Huron. Lincoln has limited their turnovers in the second half. They just haven't been able to make that turnaround offensively yet.
Key stat, bench points, 13-2, advantage Tigers.
Yeah, that's the biggest stat of the day. That defense has been great. The bench has stepped up when they needed them most.
And Lincoln has a very solid bench, but they haven't gotten a whole lot of point production as Juergens is going to get the foul.
Foul on Huron. They're going to call this one on number 23, Mason Juergens. That's his first personal of the day.
And they're going to have to wipe some perspiration off the court here.
These two teams exhausting every ounce of energy they've got here in this title game.
Huron winning the rebounding battle at 25-19. Points off turnovers, 14 for the Patriots, 10 for the Tigers. Points in the paint, roughly even. 10 for the Patriots, 8 for Huron.
Brody Schaefer will inbound it. Found DeGroat inside. He got fouled, the bucket, and one opportunity. His first points of the second half. He's got 12. 4 buckets today, and now a chance at the three-point play.
Blake Elwine got the foul. That's his third by my count, but the board has it at 2. So we'll say it's the second foul on him. For DeGroat, that was his first field goal since quarter number 1.
And Davis Chase picked up that personal foul, his second of the day.
Okay, they signaled 40 instead of 30.
Yep. That a foul at the half-court line. Lincoln taking some chances, as you mentioned, maybe doing things that they aren't comfortable doing necessarily in defensive situations, and that time a foul called.
It's on DeGroat.
Yep.
Just his first. But I tell you what, number 50, Carter Porsche, the freshman, has played a lot of big minutes, including handling the ball at times, bringing it up court.
Chance of defense ringing through this ice arena inside the Monument in Rapid City. Lincoln fans trying to will their team back into this game right now, down by 7 with 7 minutes to go. Porsche, no. DeGroat, a good stand defensively. Now Lincoln a chance to answer. The lob up ahead, the extra kick, the 3. Too strong. Now foul on Lincoln.
Yep. Carter Porsche with the rebound and the foul from behind. That is going to be on Brody Knorr, his second. Starks out, Monk in. Patriots have gotten quality defensive minutes from their bench. They just haven't gotten a whole lot of point production like they normally do.
These Huron Tigers have answered every challenge at this state tournament as a foul gets called on Sam Erickson.
That's his second.
Huron knew they had a tough battle in their opening round game against O'Gorman. Ended up winning that one 60-45 behind a 46% shooting effort.
Full timeout, Huron. We'll take a break, come back with more here on SDPB.
For over 55 years, Muth Electric has been powering progress across the Midwest. Our team of professionals deliver electrical solutions with innovation and safety at the core. We work with purpose, knowing that each project contributes to something bigger. Muth Electric, a partner in building a brighter future since 1970.
We are back here inside the ice arena in Rapid City. They were taking a look at the jersey of DeGroat there for a moment. We are ready to play on with 6:34 left to play. Everybody appears to be all right, and play resumes.
Lincoln staying in that man-to-man defense, but we'll see if they maybe, again, take some chances and maybe overplay a passing lane.
Carter Porsche inside. His shot goes up and in. 9-point lead for Huron. As we were saying right before the timeout there, this is a team that has answered the bell every time they've needed to. Had a battle against O'Gorman in that 15-point win. They gutted out a performance against Roosevelt last night, 53-44, while shooting 27%. It wasn't pretty. It's been very similar to what we've seen here today. It doesn't have to be pretty as long as you stick together, work hard together. A foul on this one will send Schaefer to the line, but the Tigers have done everything right all weekend long. They are now 6 minutes away from a title. This Lincoln team struggling at the free throw line in this second half. Now 4 of 8 as a team.
Blake Elwine got that last foul. That's his third for Huron.
Lincoln just seems to be rattled on the offensive end. They have struggled in all facets today. 28% from the field, 20% from 3, below 60% at the free throw line. It's still 6 minutes to go, and they, in an 8-point game, could easily go on a run with the way they shoot the ball. As Elwine knocks in the 3, That's a big one there, Steve. It makes it now an 11-point Tigers lead.
And he has 14 points, does Miles Elwine. Yeah, 11-point lead. I don't know if Lincoln's been down by this much all season.
DeGroat backing up the defender. Caught in the lane. He'll try the short-range jumper, and that's good. Back to a 9-point lead now for the Tigers.
But here comes Huron quickly, and
Schaefer pickpockets Blake Elwine into the front court. Just pure speed to get that ball stolen away.
Let's see if the Patriots can capitalize here.
Schaefer slows it down. Stops, pops the three. That off the front side of the iron, no. Huron doing a great job rebounding here today. They have out-rebounded Lincoln now 27-20, including 10-6 in this second half. Elwine off the glass, no good. Plenty of contact on the way up. It'll be a foul on Lincoln as we go to the timeout. 4:53 left to go in our title game. Huron with the lead. We're back with more from the Ice Arena in just a moment.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for all of it. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great. And we're here for all of it. See you at the game.
Lake Area Technical College provides hands-on learning and practical experience in real-world environments. Prepare for a career right out of school from the moment you step on campus for an education that can really be put to work. Lake Area Tech is the start of something new.
Hey, buddy.
In Rapid City, Blake Elwine at the free throw line for the Huron Tigers. One of two Huron players in double figures today. He's got 12 points, 9 rebounds, one shy of the double-double. This is a guy who had 17 free throw attempts yesterday. This is just his third here tonight, though, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, he was practically living at the free throw line last night. But tonight, he hasn't made it there a whole lot. Still has had an effective game.
He is a very good free throw shooter. Came into this tournament shooting 79%. He was 4 for 4 in the first round win, 15 for 17 yesterday. He's perfect again today. 4.5 minutes left to go. Lincoln looking for an answer. They just have not been able to take the lid off here as of late. That shot missed. Chase Davis gets it up ahead. Elwine racing into the front. That shot off the glass is in.
Yep, he got the position on DeGroat, and he had to let him go there. Didn't want to give him the three-point play.
16 points now today for Blake Elwine in a 47-34 lead for the Huron Tigers. That shot misses.
Huron doing a good job on the defensive glass. One and done for the Patriots. A lot tonight.
Miles Elwine, Juergens, both handling the ball for a moment. Now Juergens, his pass taken away. Duffy got fouled as he tried to break free from the pack.
A tough break there for the Tigers. There's team foul number 3 on them. Schuckart with the foul, and that is his second.
We mentioned all the adversity and the struggles this Huron team has had to battle through at this tournament with low-scoring games, physical contests. This is a team, though, that has won 10 games heading to this state tournament in search of their 20th win of the year. They have not lost since February 3rd. They avenged that loss against Roosevelt yesterday. 72-65 win for Roosevelt the last time they faced each other in the regular season. Last night, it was a 53-44 win for the Tigers. That bucket is good, and a timeout called by Coach Hanneman. He wants to talk things over. Continuing that thought, the last time these two teams played each other was a loss against Lincoln. They want to avenge that loss. This is a team checking off boxes on their to-do list. And these Huron Tigers with a 10-point lead right now with 3:46 left to go feel like they've got a real good chance of maybe checking off the last two on that list to earn the title.
Well, they're going to have to make their free throws down the stretch here. Team foul situation, 4 on both squads. That plays in the advantage of Huron as a team. These are two of the best free throw shooting teams in the state. 71% for Huron, 74% for the Patriots. But the Patriots have struggled a little bit from the free throw line tonight, 8 of 13. Meanwhile, 10 of 11 for the Tigers.
Tigers, team that has been around the state of South Dakota for a very, very long time. They have been to the title game a number of times, but it's been a while, Steve, since they've been here with an opportunity to win it.
Well, 2004 was their last championship, and of course they lost in the title game in 09 to this Lincoln team. The first title for Huron goes all the way back to 1917. One class system back then.
A lot of history in that black and orange. These young men representing their community tonight, trying to prove that David can beat Goliath. We've got that perfect battle here today. A 10-point lead right now with the underdog. These Huron Tigers in the driver's seat with 3.5 minutes left to go. Blake Elwine dumps it up ahead. The two-handed stuff for Davis Chase.
Great extra pass. Watch it again. Draws the defense, and DeGroat had to let him go. Otherwise, that could have been the hoop and the harm.
12-point lead with 3:17 left to go.
You mentioned those titles for your Huron, your history lesson here. They won the last one-class title. That was back in 1936, and then they went to 2 classes. And then Huron won the first one of that in 1937. They also won titles in 45, 58, 73, 81, then in 93, and 2004.
It's a team and a community with a lot of history. For all the small town teams that have had to watch as these Sioux Falls teams get accolades, Lincoln getting the Gatorade Player of the Year, the Spirit of Sioux recipient today. They thought that their guys could compete with these elite players in the state of South Dakota. A lot of teams overlooked throughout the course of this season. Huron maybe overlooked more than anybody, even with all the size they have. Came into this tournament as the 3 seed. Felt like they had a chance to knock down some giants. They beat Roosevelt last night, the 2 seed. They've got a chance to upend the number 1 seed and the last unbeaten team in South Dakota now here tonight. DeGroat launching, couldn't connect. Duffy fighting for the rebound, got tangled up. It's going to be the Tigers pushing it up ahead. Anderson Porish let the defender slip by him. He missed. Davis Chase with the putback.
Running the floor. Good things will happen. Good hustle there by Chase.
DeGroat looking at the top of the key. 2:45 to go. Step back. No. Got a little separation. That shot's no good. Elwine the rebound. He's got his double-double today. 16 points, 10 rebounds for the leader for this Tigers offense. And a timeout called by Coach Buttenhagen. He wants a 30-second timeout. Steve, this is starting to turn into a runaway.
Huron defensively tonight has been stellar, and they're doing all the little things necessary. Again, dominating that defensive glass, forcing tough shots, and Lincoln uncharacteristically starting to press a little bit here in the last few moments.
Look at that student section. The noise they're making in this building right now is deafening. They have been on their feet, stomping, screaming the entire way.
Yeah, Huron brings a huge cheering section. They're located right behind our broadcast location. And you get a look at the Patriot fans. They're obviously concerned. They've got a lot of work to do here with 2:33 left, down by 14. The thing is, the Patriots have the offensive firepower where they can get back in this game.
Yeah, this is not necessarily a closed-door situation yet, but you're about at that fine line, and Blake Elwine has just committed to travel as he received that long distance pass. It's going to go back to Lincoln. Maybe that door swinging open just a little bit for the Patriots as they look for one last sign of life.
I like that call on that inbounds play for the Tigers. It was just a little bit of the shuffling of the feet by Elwine, but I like the aggressiveness of that call.
DeGroat, no. Chase, the rebound. Tigers in control and now fouled. That's on Duffy. He's fouled out of this game. And he has.
Ends the night with 3 points. A heartbreak for that senior here. As now, Hurons, if they make their free throws, they're going to get this championship.
Subbing going on, and a round of applause from the Lincoln fans as one of their leaders throughout the season, Duffy, heads to the sidelines, gets an embrace from the coaching staff. The assistant coach, Jared Jansen's been a part of this program for such a long time, embracing his player. That free throw misses. Anderson Porish at the line.
Well, he has yet to score tonight. This guy averages 7.5 points per game. I mentioned him at the top of the broadcast. He could be an X factor. His ball handling skills and his defense have really been a big plus tonight for the Tigers.
He had 13 points, 5 rebounds in the semifinals. He's added in a lot on the court today without putting a lot of points on the board. 16 minutes for Porish. This one misses, and they're going to say goaltending. Yep.
That bucket will be credited to Schaefer. That gives him 9 points. Watch it again here. I think that was Davis.
Yep, manipulating both the rim and the net that time as the shot went up.
Davis Chase, I should say, with the goaltending there.
They're going to try to fix the net now. That got all twisted and tangled up. And it's good to have a bunch of 6-foot guys out there who can go and jump and fix it.
6'8" and 6'6" and 6'10" out there makes a little task like that a lot easier.
Anderson Porish just got it across the half-court line.
Yeah, he's done a good job handling the ball tonight. Great steal by the Patriots, though.
Brody Norris still playing tough defense out there for Lincoln. Here's Schaefer going coast to coast. His layup no good. It's just been that kind of second half for Lincoln. Huron, meanwhile, they haven't missed a whole lot lately. They've hit 5 of their last 6 shots. They're making their free throws. Now, less than 2 minutes away from a title as a foul called on DeGroat. That'll be his second.
The thing that makes Huron tough is they've got a bunch of great free throw shooters. Porish, Elwine, both Elwines. They're all over 70%. Juergens and Chase all over 60%.
This Lincoln team has played every game this season with a bullseye on their back. They have known that every team that was coming after them this year was going to bring their best effort to try to knock them down. And over the first 23 games of the season, nobody could do it. This Huron team just appears to be a team of destiny the way they've played here in Rapid City this weekend. Erickson, the long-range 3, that's no good, and a foul is going to be called on Anderson Porish. The leaping rebound opportunity came with some contact.
Yeah, and Brody Noor had the inside position. And for Anderson Porish, I'll tell you what, he played a lot of minutes with 3 fouls. It's number 4 on him as his brother Carter Porish reports to the scorers table.
Brody Noor. That free throw's good. Makes it a 13-point game. If Lincoln can turn up the defensive intensity one last time, get some, or they tried to get the quick release off the rim and get an offensive rebound, but instead he jumped over the line first. Miscue there, and the Tigers will get the ball back.
Elwine looking for the long pass. Gets it into Davis Chase.
This one lobbed up ahead. Miles Elwine gives it off to the big man, and Anderson Porish puts it in. There's the fist pump from Coach Buttenhagen as that goes out of bounds. Coach knows what's coming. He's going to get his fans up on their feet. Exuberance from the longtime Tigers head coach.
Yep, 20 years at the helm of this program, and they're a minute 24 away from their first title since 2004.
One of the most intense coaches in South Dakota, one of the most well-liked amongst coaches in this community. This is a man who has seen a lot of good players come through this Tigers locker room over the years, nearly 40 years of coaching, both at the girls' side, the boys' side. Coach Budenhagen might have a chance for the first time in 22 years to lift a trophy. He's a minute 16 away from doing just that. Blake Elwine.
If I remember right, Eric Hall, I think, was on that team back in 2004 for the Tigers.
Here come the reserves. The student section will applaud as these seniors, these leaders for this team come off the floor, and Coach Budenhagen shaking the hands of his assistant coaches.
That's Nolan Staley in there, number 22. And then, of course, we have Oakley Anderson. He's a senior. He's been out there before, number 10.
Time called here for a moment as they try to get a sub in. Juergens will check right back in. Anderson Porish will go to the sidelines. And a big embrace from Coach Budenhagen.
17-point lead for the Tigers.
Schaefer will bring it up. The step back three is good. He's not going to go down without a fight. He's in double figures now with 12 points. His second made three of the day for Schaefer. Take a look again. Boy, a lot of confidence still in that young man as he launches and connects.
Last year, Lincoln got third at this tournament. It was Huron that got sixth place. And you mentioned it, JJ, coming into the season, you know, I think Lincoln was preseason #1 team. And so everybody knew they were going to be really, really good. And yeah, they've been challenged, you know, several times this year. They had a couple of close games against O'Gorman, against T Area. And they beat this Huron team pretty soundly, 82-57 during the regular season. But this has been a complete turnaround tonight. Coach Budenhagen and his assistant coaches have really, really come up with a good game plan tonight. And, you know, for the Lincoln Patriots, I know, you know, they're still got a minute 10 left to go. Anything can happen. But, you know, it just seemed like there was a lid on that bucket a good chunk of the night. They had good looks. And a lot of shots until now just haven't fallen. Let's see what the Tigers can do here to close things out.
This Lincoln team has been special all season long. Got to the title game, one of their big goals of the year. Ran into a buzzsaw tonight in this Huron Tigers offense. Blake Elwine, the future Jackrabbit, a big part of their success throughout the last few seasons for the Huron Tigers. He's got the basketball with under a minute to play. Schaefer steals it now. They're going to call a foul on Huron, and Schaefer's going to go to the free throw line on the other end of the floor.
Yeah, Blake Elwine, I think, got the foul. If so, that's his fourth. Let's see what the referee signals. Yes, indeed, on the 6'10 senior.
Bench will continue to be unloaded. They're actually going to put a couple of their starters back into the game now. Schaefer going to the line. If you can hit both of these here, it's still a 12-point game. Schaefer gets it to go. Hits rim, hits glass, and it falls in. He's actually now 3 of 7 at the free throw line today with 13 points. Tigers shuffling up the lineup again.
I think they're bringing some better ball handlers into the game, despite these guys being 6'4", 6'5". The Porish brothers, very good handles.
That one's good. It is back to a 12-point game with under a minute to go. The outlet pass up ahead, and very smartly Carter Porish pulls it back out. Foul called on Brody North.
Yep. Had to get the quick foul there for Lincoln. Didn't want him circling around and burning off clock here. Carter Porish, 6'5" and a freshman, and he has been very, very good at this tournament.
That free throw is good. Yeah, yesterday Porish played some big minutes for this Huron Tigers team.
He was matched up against the DeGroat a good chunk of the night.
His second free throw is good. Yesterday he played 21 minutes, had 5 points, 4 rebounds. Today, number 50 in black, using a little bit of foul trouble early, 6 points. Make it 7 now on the day. That shot rejected. Erickson, the long-range 3, that's no good. It goes out of bounds. Tigers basketball.
Davis chase. Miles Elwine to the bench. Staley and Anderson in for the Tigers as the Huron fans can taste it here.
That got tipped out of bounds. Monk poked it out of play.
We're going to get Ty Kleinsasser in, number 34. And here comes Blake Elwine to the bench.
Well, he looked like he wanted to pick up Coach Budenhagen, carry him to the end of the bench there. The excitement, the energy on this Huron sideline right now noticeable as the Tigers try to take the ball away. Schaefer still fighting for it. Now a jump ball called. Possession arrow favors Sioux Falls Lincoln. They'll get it with the shot clock now turned off.
And here comes another sub to the scorer's table. That is James Schultz Jr. as Juergens is going to get the curtain call.
Schaefer brings it up. Oakley Anderson guarding him. That 3 misses off the side of the iron. Erickson, his shot no good. DeGroat ripping it away. He'll go in. The right-handed layup, that's good. 12-point lead again for the Tigers. They came into this title game on a 10-game winning streak as a timeout.
I think they got the 5-second call before the timeout.
Yeah, they will get the 5-second runoff, but yeah, came into this title game with a 10-game winning streak. Their last loss, February 3rd against Roosevelt. They have just upended the giant. The Lincoln Patriots are perfect no more. The Huron Tigers are your 2026 AA champions. It's celebration time in the heart of South Dakota as these Huron Tigers win tonight by 12 over Sioux Falls Lincoln, 59-47. Their first championship since 2004. What a special run here over 3 days for this Tigers team and for Coach Budenhagen. Nearly a lifetime of service in South Dakota as a coach in both boys and girls basketball, and he's going to get to raise that trophy one more time.
Yeah, a great job tonight by Huron. Their execution was just very, very good as they were able to play great defense against Lincoln, and they're going to go and slap their name on the big board over there as state champions. And they're going to get sworn by the student section as well. And that team's going to have to come back out on the court and get the championship trophy and their individual medals here.
What an incredible scene in Rapid City. Jubilation for the Huron Tigers tonight as they win 59-47. They will try to clear everybody out to get the players back out onto the floor. Still got some awards to hand out here, but just a fearless effort from start to finish today for Huron. And now chants of "We Are Huron" ringing through the ice arena in the Monument in Rapid City. What a special night for everyone from Huron. That whole community celebrating as the Tigers claim the 2026 championship.
Tim Budenhagen, 289 and 203 as a head coach coming into this tournament, and now he has got a state championship. I think we got everybody lined up. Let's send it over to Joe Van Gore.
Basketball fans, to present the Class AA Runners-Up Trophy and the Championship Trophy, along with the team medals, is Dr. Jeff Danielson and Ryan Rollinger from the South Dakota High School Activities Association's Board of Directors. Assisting with the team awards presentation are representatives from the Activities Association's corporate partners. From Sanford Health, Dr. Chris Diedrichson. From Dakota Back, Zach Rout. From Farmers Union Insurance, Blaine Anderson. And from the South Dakota Army National Guard, Sergeant First Class Lynn Weldy. And Tony Knorr from foundation donor First Premier Bank, Premier Bank Card. The runner-up trophy with a record of 23-1, Sioux Falls Lincoln. Please step forward as I announce your name. Number 1, Brody Schaefer. Number 3, Owen Duffy. Number 5, Jaden Haley. Number 11, Sam Erickson. Number 13, Everett Starks. Number 15, Samuel DeGroat. Number 21, Brody Knorr. Number 23, Landon Monk. Number 25, Ben Jensen. Number 31, Christian Walling. Number 33, Lucas Honor. Number 35, Thon Mobile. Number 41, Jack Teller. Number 43, Jace Weber. Number 45, Isaac Kremkes. And number 53, Kyler Kenyon. The managers, George Niederauer. Manager, Emerson Weber. Manager, Berkeley Williams. Manager, Jordan Williams. Strength and conditioning, Brady Bonte. The athletic trainers, Katie Lardy. And Austin Mueller. The assistant coaches, Jared Jansen. John Vining. Daniel Cleveland. And Isaac Jarvosky. And accepting the runner-up trophy for 2026 in State AA basketball, head coach of the Sioux Falls Lincoln Patriots, Luke Hanneman. And now, fans, the medals and the state championship trophy to your AA champion Huron Tigers. Please step forward as I call your name. First of all, the players. Number 10, Oakley Anderson. Number 12, Joshua Gilbert. Number 14, James Schultz Jr. Number 20, Miles Elwine. Number 22, Nolan Staley. Number 23, Mason Jurgens. Number 24, Chase Schuhart. Number 30, Blake Elwine. Number 32, Anderson Porish. Number 34, Ty Kleinsasser. Number 40, Davis Chase. Number 42, Neil Salmon. Number 44, Bryson North. Number 50, Carter Porish. Number 52, Malcolm Williams. And number 54, Reagan Dirksen. The athletic trainer, Steve Freiberger. And the assistant coaches, Jay Elwine, Dawson Schmidt, Spencer Staley, and Trey Henderson. And fans, with their first championship since 2004, their 12th championship, accepting the championship trophy for the Huron Tigers, head coach Tim Buttenhagen. And now, fans, the announcement of the all-tournament team for the AA tournament. From 8th place O'Gorman, number 10, Mason Clark. From 7th place T area, number 4, Gavin Shad. Again, please step forward as I call your name. From 6th place Brandon Valley, number 20, Austin Dowd. From 5th place Watertown, number 2, Carter Bisker. And number 13, Jackson McClemens. From 4th place Harrisburg, number 21, Stellan Larson. From 3rd place, Sioux Falls Roosevelt, number 10, Memphis Bylander. And number 21, DeAndre Painter. From Sioux Falls, Lincoln, number 1, Brody Schaefer. And from runner-up Sioux Falls, Lincoln, number 15, Samuel DeGroat. And from state champion Huron, number 20, Miles Elwine. And from state champion Huron, number 30, Blake Elwine. The all-tournament team is selected by the South Dakota High School Basketball Coaches Association. Congratulations on the all-tournament team.
Congratulations to the all-tournament team and again to the Huron Tigers, your 2026 Class AA Boys Champions. The final score in this one, 59-47. We will step aside. When we come back, we'll have some highlights, some stats, our final thoughts. We might even get some interviews along the way as well. A lot more coming your way when we come back.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
You hear about work-life balance like it's a big equation you have to find the answer to. But I think it's much simpler than that. So simple it was right in front of us. Start with the life you want, and everything else will follow.
Are Peterson reps real-life seed heroes? Well, they've been known to go the extra mile, literally thousands of extra miles every year. And when they're not driving gravel roads, they're out walking fields and sampling soil. When time is the enemy, they're there to save what's left of the day. Are all Peterson reps seed heroes? I guess that's a yes. Peterson, we're that kind of seed company.
10 seconds.
Well, look at that massive humanity. The entire town of Huron making their way onto the court right now as they get ready to cut down the nets. It's celebration time for the Tigers as they pick up the victory over Sioux Falls Lincoln 59-47. The Class AA champions in the state of South Dakota today. This was quite the battle here between these two teams. Huron, boy, they were just terrific tonight. We'll get to some of the stats and highlights in a moment. Steve Toom trying to track down the head coach, Buttenhagen. He's got him on the sidelines. We'll send it over to Steve now and get his thoughts.
All right, JJ, thank you very much, Coach. Congratulations on the win tonight. Your team executed very well, especially against that Lincoln press. Tell us about the game plan you had coming in, knowing you're going to be pressed.
Well, we knew that they were going to double team us. We needed to get the ball in the middle and then try to get it back to Blake and then fly, try to stretch the defense as much as we could. And then once we get to half court, we had to make it. We had to make them work. We had to pound the ball inside, make sure that we got good shots, our shots, not the ones that they want us to take. And then we were successful knocking down timely threes.
Now, talk about the Porish brothers there. They got in foul trouble, but they didn't lose their poise.
No, they didn't. And then Carter's only a freshman. Anderson's a junior, but he's a terrific leader. Nothing really seems to bother him. He's so even-keeled. And then they just play. They played their tails off, and we just said we got to play free. The pressure's not on us. They're undefeated. We're not.
Talk about some of your other bench players. Schuckart had some big shots for you.
He did. And he did that early for us in the season, too. But he knocked down 2 really big threes, stretched the defense when we needed it at the right time.
And, of course, Blake Elwine here, all-tournament, all-state, going off to South Dakota State. Tell us what this young man has meant to your program.
Well, number one, he's tall, he's got skills, but he's in the gym all the time. So he's a role model for work ethic. You work hard, you have talent, good things are going to happen to you. You see him before games, he's always in the gym somewhere, an hour before the game, shooting around, working on his craft. He deserves everything he gets just because he works hard.
Tell us what this title means to the community. The first one since 2004.
Yeah, I remember that one too. Unfortunately, I was that coach at that time too. But it means a ton. Look at Huron Nation behind us. It's a community thing. And these guys, they deserve it because, again, they work hard. They're great kids. And I don't know what else to say about them. I'm just so pleased, and I love the electricity behind us.
Coach, congratulations. I'll go let you celebrate with the team.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Coach Budenhagen, his team victorious tonight over Sioux Falls Lincoln. Let's send it back to the desk and J.J. Hardigan.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, that's a coach that's all smiles now. And his team, their 20th victory of the season comes when they needed it most. The championship, the first in 22 years for the Huron Tigers, as the Nets continue to be cut down tonight here in Rapid City. 59-47 the final in this one. Steve swimming around there trying to find some extra interviews as they continue to celebrate the night away. We will take a look at some of the highlights in this one. Lincoln, they got some shots going in the second half. Erickson got that bucket to go. But just about every time Lincoln had an answer early on, these Tigers stormed right back. Never really let the Patriots get comfortable. There was constant pressure inside. That's one of the rare opportunities where Brody Knorr came open and found a bucket. The presence inside, the size of this Tigers team changed the complexion of this game. A low-scoring affair throughout much of this. You could see the shots fell, and with everyone that went in, the confidence went up. That young man is special. The Gatorade Player of the Year, the Spirit of Sioux recipient, Blake Elwine. Terrific today, though, for the Huron Tigers. He finishes his day with 18 points, 10 rebounds, a double-double effort in 32 minutes. Steve Toom back courtside with more entertainment and interviews. Steve, take it away.
All right, thanks, JJ. I'm standing here with Blake Elwine. Yes, you can tell this man's 6'10". I'm 6'2", and he makes me feel short. Blake, congratulations on the win tonight. Your ball handling skills were on display tonight because Lincoln really provided the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of trust myself, bring the ball up the floor, and we knew we had to handle the pressure to beat them, and that's what we did.
Now, your younger brother hit down some big threes. Tell us about what you two guys do to prepare for a game.
I don't really know if there's anything special. It's just one of those guys that I can always count on. I mean, there's some days that we don't always get along, and there's a lot of days that it works out very well.
Now, talk about the Porish brothers. They got in foul trouble right away, but they made big contributions, both Carter and Anderson.
Yeah, I mean, they're just grinders, honestly. They're one of those guys that they're right there with me, being the first one to practice, last one to leave. And it's just good to have those guys around because they know what it means to win this.
How's it feel to be a state champ?
Feels awesome.
All right, we'll let you go celebrate with the team. Congratulations. All right, Blake Elwine here. He's all tournament, and he's a state champion as well. Let's send it back to the desk and J.J. Hardigan.
Yeah, it's a special night for the Elwine family. Both Miles and Blake named to the all-tournament team here in South Dakota at the AA level. Miles finished this game with 15 points. He made 3 threes in the game and was 4 of 5 at the free throw line. As you look at some of the team numbers for both squads here today, wasn't a pretty performance. Both teams had to execute a lot of shots to get there. Lincoln threw up 33 three-point attempts in this game, made just 6 of them along the way. Both teams got to the free throw line plenty, but where Huron really started to take control of this game on the glass, rebounding, forcing turnovers in this game. Lincoln forced their fair share as well. 21 turnovers today for Huron. Should have been more of a concern for them, but boy, their defense really turned the tide and did not allow Lincoln to get comfortable at all in the second half. The numbers looking as far as percentages today, Huron finishes this one at 44% from the field, 58% from three-point land, and 84% at the free throw line. Lincoln in the loss, their first of the season, a 27% effort from the field. They were 18% from three-point land and finished the night at just under 70% as a team at the free throw line. As you see the Nets get cut down here tonight, celebration is on in Rapid City. The Huron Tigers are your 2026 AA Boys champions. We will take a timeout. We'll be back with our final thoughts when we return after this.
Creating a legacy means different things to everyone. For us, it's about family, watching my daughter follow in my footsteps, passing the farm onto her, and working side by side every day. It's about building something that lasts. Agtegra Cooperative has been by our side through it all, supporting us from one generation to the next. Agtegra Cooperative, legacy rich, future focused for generations to come.
Educators across South Dakota are coming together to elevate, educate, and empower. This June, the Department of Education hosts the South Dakota Literacy Conference in Mitchell, a gathering dedicated to advancing the science of reading and sharing new insights into how students learn, exploring research and real-world strategies for South Dakota educators to move literacy forward for all learners. South Dakota Department of Education, learning, leadership, service.
Bank West is rooted in South Dakota. Committed to local success. Just like you. We're all connected. In South Dakota. For South Dakota. Convenient, connected, committed. Bank West.
South Dakota, a state shaped by its people. It's more than a place, it's opportunity waiting to be realized. At South Dakota State University, opportunity is turned into progress. Through research, education, and a community that inspires, SDSU drives the future of this state. We're not just here, we're taking action with purpose, trust, and impact. This is SD State.
Since 1882, we've raised 5 generations of hardworking Americans on this land. Our great-great-grandfather believed in something simple: respect the land and it will provide. Anthem Oats, grown by us, shared with you.
Back one final time in Rapid City, 59-47, the final in this AA Boys Championship. They go to the other end of the floor and start cutting down the nets. And Steve, this was a fun one here today. All 3 days of this tournament has been outstanding. Let's recap the whole weekend, and we'll start with today. The T-Area Titans this morning picked up a big win, 63-51 over O'Gorman to get their first win in the tournament. Watertown got a win with their head coach, Pat McClemens, announcing he was retiring. They got a victory in his final game today, 64-60 over Brandon Valley. Then this afternoon and into the evening, Harrisburg battled that Sioux Falls Roosevelt team and ended up being Roosevelt coming out on top, 76-72. And in this title game, it belonged to the number 3 seeded Huron Tigers.
Huron just executed well tonight, and the Patriots just couldn't hit shots tonight, and that's very uncharacteristic from them. The effort was there, and they had some good looks. The shots were just not falling, and Huron managed to survive that full court pressure all night long, and they played a good floor game, and they limited the turnovers. They did a good job on the boards. Huron, I mean, nothing came easy for any team that got a win in this tournament over all 3 days. Nothing easy. Everything was a hard-fought contest, and the Huron Tigers, man, it is celebration city here in the ice arena, and they're going to be celebrating in Huron their first title since 2004. They earned it. They deserve it. They're the state champs.
What a memorable night for the Huron Tigers, for their entire community, as they claim their first championship in 22 years here tonight in Rapid City. tip of the cap to everybody who works behind the scenes here at the Monument inside the Ice Arena. This is a great facility. It's been a great host with 2 tournaments going on this weekend. The first time in the history of South Dakota that we've had 2 at the same site, and this has just been a phenomenal weekend. They did a great job to make sure that everybody came in, felt welcome. The hospitality was next level, and we can't say enough good things about what we've had here out this weekend in Rapid City.
Yeah, it's always great coming out to Rapid City. You know, I lived out here for 7 years, so this is like coming home for me in a lot of ways. And again, the people out here in Rapid City always roll out the red carpet. Thank you to our camera people from Rapid City Central and Rapid City Stevens. And also to our crew here in Rapid City, our production, our crew, our engineers, and also the crew back in Vermilion at Master Control. They've had to navigate through the chaos as well, and they did a good job back there. On behalf of our entire crew here at SDPB, for JJ Hardigan, I'm Steve Toombs signing off from the Ice Arena here in Rapid City. You've been watching the 2026 Boys AA Basketball Tournament right here on SDPB. Congratulations to Huron. Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.